Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to another stream of Football Manager. We'll deal with, the remainder of the season today and hopefully most of the transfer period, or maybe at least some of it. We'll have winter break, first and foremost, so this might take a while. Last time we finished, with some sort of analysis of the squad, I guess, and had some new ideas, or some ideas for slight adaptations to the tactic, and what we need requirement-wise. So we could certainly go with defenders that are more reliable, and we will probably need to sell some of the core members of the squad just because they're unhappy. So there's that. Yeah, as you can see here, these are unhappy, have asked to leave, and so on. So, yeah, they will probably get sold. It's sad. These are all good players, but that's how it is. Also, we got a lot of transfers coming in, and some going in, well, a lot, 4. These are all apparently English players that we were able to sign on either cheap contracts or on contracts that are really of no concern to us. Like, I don't know, contracts for, well, Bookward should be on his way out, right? What's going on here? Oh, this is sorted by, this is sorted by position, for some reason. Okay. Alright. We will make a few euros here and there with these sales, so this is fine. And I had a look yesterday after my my latest talk with Popple. I had a look yesterday. Apparently, training facilities cost about 160k. So an upgrade in training facilities would imply that we need a 160k first. And just for good measure, let's make it 200, because we still need to run the club somehow. So in that sense, our goal should be to make it to 160k euros. That's not easy, as this club especially. As Ytterhogdals IK, we will have problems doing that. So either we push for promotion to achieve that, that's one way to do it, or we get finances in check. And I'd rather have finances in check, even though this is the long-term perspective. But it's just the way I run a club. So I'm not opposed to achieving promotion, obviously, but we will need to earn some money along the way. And we do, by the way. It's okay. We do, and hopefully we will. Going forward. So we were already trying to sell Isaac Holmstrom, I think. But there's only one club interested so far, and he doesn't want to join them. In Skede. So what was the last offer was 16, okay. So they were definitely interested, they wanted to buy him. Gotta scroll through this. Yeah, it's not like it matters anyway. Fine, for 16 we would let him leave. Puget, different story, he needs to go out on loan. That's the reality of it, at least for me. Am I willing to sell him? Not really. If he goes out on loan and performs well, we got a chance, I think. So, yeah, I'd rather keep him at the club, I think. Then there's, sorry, just adjusting some stuff here. That should be better. Well, then there's Ostrom, he will definitely remain at the club. He's got a decent contract, at least finance-wise, so this is fine for us. Dobrak will leave, I just can't terminate his loan. I cannot get him back. He's too expensive. He's on a 300 euro per week contract that runs out. I will not be able to sign him for 20, so this will not happen. Oliver Swan is wanted by a few clubs. He is unhappy, he wants to go, but nobody wants to pay for him. And looking at the clubs, this looks like a fourth league, all of it. So he's in a better position with us. It's really bad. But what can we do? Not much, right? Nobody is interested in him that is according to his taste. So either he goes to one of these clubs or he stays at the club and finally gets over with the complaints about the lack of training facilities. Else to try to sell him for 10k. Turngren? There's a lot of interest in Turngren. I seriously think that that it would be possible in other circumstances to make 20k of him or something. But given that he is unhappy and the inconvenience of a board that most likely will intervene, we've got the problem that well, he might not get sold for the sum we want him to sell him. So yeah. And then there's a few other players that we are not necessarily willing to sell, or we could sell, but we don't have to, right? I don't know, Westberg, for example. He's a 23-year-old, the weaknesses are not that, it's only aerial reach, really. The rest of it is fine, of the sample. And the biggest problem about him is, I don't know, he develops, he doesn't develop much. Actually, I think he declines. But given his playing time, no, he develops a little bit, right? Given his playing time, this is unsurprising. He could develop, probably, if we give him more time on the pitch. On the other hand, we got a well-rounded keeper here that we signed as an emergency backup, actually. But he's fine. So, if we find a better keeper, sure. But we don't have to sell neither of those two. And similar arguments can be made for the entire defense, even though I would love some improvement there, obviously. This is also true for the wingback here and for the wingback here. Especially on the left side, we need a replacement for Stolt. Stolt will not do going forward. And I might also, I might actually accept a more experienced player there. But our scouting knowledge is very limited in that regard. He's on an amateur contract, but if I look at these skills, it's basically the tackling that's fine, and the rest of it isn't. He's also Irish. If we go over to the islands, we might as well pick an English player due to club stuff. And these are all old, right? But maybe one of them will do for a season. So let's offer some trials and find out. Because I will not hire him. We might as well do it with our own youth at this point. Even though the youth is really bad. He's got low determination, so it's a no-go. He's better. I really wanted to sign him, but I cannot afford him. Yeah, well, he's not that much better, but he's got the physicals. And I think as a wingback on support, he will learn over time. That said, that positioning and marking are not good. So comparing him to Stolt is probably unfair, because Stolt is better rounded. Where is he? I hate to say this. Yeah, look at this. This is really focused on speed and physicals. He's got I mean, this is due to the age, right? He didn't develop just yet, and he needs development overall. Matt is also already a bit too expensive for my taste. And then there's Blakeman, 33. Yeah, he's got the technique and the mentals, but physically, he's not up to the standard of the league anymore, and too expensive. So maybe one of these here will do. Otherwise, what can we do with the youth squad? Is there a left defender here? Well, some of these might be. So Anderson is more of a central defender. Burgerson. Neither, I guess. Also, he's 16-year-old, so it's probably a bit early. He's a central defender, and he lacks the strength. Halilovic is neither. It's a midfielder. From my taste, he plays on the right side. To be fair, there's some potential in him probably. Gustafsson would be a left-sided, choice, yes. I think he already played for us because he's left-footed, and I remember the fact that he was his core position is on the right, so he will learn being left wing back. That's not a problem. Especially at this age, he will adapt to this. The problem is dribbling one, really no good. On the support duty, probably, but he lacks 3 or 4 points in core attributes, so that's hard. Then there's Nilsson, more of a center back, I think, even though he lacks the strength. Tobias Palm is for the right side. He did already make an appearance or two, but nothing too fancy. The good thing about Gustafsson though is that he's fairly professional, so that might warrant an inclusion in the senior squad going forward. Also crossing's decent. I'm not convinced of that way to go about things, but if you compare him to Stolt, which is here, well, Gustafsson's better from mentally. Overall, he's really just worse than Stolt. That's part of it, and we considered Stolt to be not good enough for the squad, so yeah, there's that. On the other hand, Stolt is 29 now. As a wide defender, he will decline. That will not work out going forward. This guy, I'm not sure of. Oh, okay. There's a lot of trial offers. And apparently somebody makes an offer for Oliver's one. Okay, no, this offer will not be accepted, man. Fine, so for Oliver's one we wanted 10k. They offer 3. We even can probably push them to 8 or something, right? I mean, maybe not 8, but let's push them to 9 at least. And I'll wrap this up a little differently. I'll try to include clauses here. No, not this one too. It's after league appearances. I also think he can score a few goals. So if we put it into something like this, this might work, right? Because he most likely, well, they buy him. He most likely will make 1 appearance. He will make 5 appearances, and he also will make 10 if he doesn't get injured. 10 minimum league goals is a bit hard, but Oliver's one's got a good finish overall. So he will probably achieve that too. And then there's the regular income on top. So let's try to negotiate this. And Trollhättan finally offered for Simon Turngren. This is wonderful. We want 20k for him. Now we gotta be careful because for 11k or something the board will accept it. So let's go down to 18 and see what they are willing to offer afterwards. Something like this. There's another trial. Well, these should be the ones that we just arranged, right? Adi Markovic. He rejected it. Okay. That's a lot of fringe players and emergency backups and so on. I don't know, maybe one of them is any good, right? Nobody wants Al Holmstrom. That's surprising, I think. So, we listed him, nobody wants him. Well, what can you do, right? By the way, there was I had a thought recently. What's lacking for complete forward for him? Agility. And a bit on the technical side, right? Yeah, but overall, the traits are not in a way for a complete forward. He's good enough to dominate the game as a target forward, and he's got 3 years in him, so he might as well train as a complete forward for the time being. Maybe he develops a little bit with respect to some things. And also his penalty taking could do with some improvement. Or ball control, whatever. We'll go with ball control, this is good. His dribbling isn't that great, so sure, why not? Now, if nobody wants to buy him, well, he might need to stick to the club for another season. But we did not specifically sign a replacement. We signed somebody that can play as a striker. In our formation, that is. Well, Turngren will probably go. I think we're clear about that. And out here, after yesterday's discussion, maybe we'll go with a support duty for the player out here. That one would ease the pressure a little bit on Ytterhogdals here, and maybe we concede less goals. And the other thing here is we might switch to Metzala for a ball-winning midfielder. That's also an option. We had that yesterday. It doesn't have to be a ball-winning midfielder, it can be something different. But some support from the midfield and defense is probably a good idea. There's also a lot of loanees that come back. If we can sell half of them, for example, Tolga Dobrev. Yeah, for example, Tolga Dobrev. He would be open to talking to other clubs. Let's have a look if somebody wants him. Odelind, he's just got the pace. No, I don't think this is bad business. that we try to, yeah, we try to include him into the squad, but overall he lacks in some aspects, and Bergman is not that much slower, and well, he would be open to talk to other clubs. Fine, let's try this. Then his cost is already transfer listed. Asausen, I'm not sure if I want to sell, to be honest, but he's 23 now. He's a decent midfielder for us. He did play a season, then went out on loan. He did well out on loan too, 6.93. Sure, that's a league below, but overall I'm not unhappy with his performances or something. On the other hand, if we can make some money on him, we can probably get somebody that's on a similar level and younger. So I'll try to offer him out for other clubs. Not because I strictly need to sell him, but well, money's money, right? And we will find a replacement in midfield. Someone. Even if we go down to the own youth. And nobody wants... Well, that's not enough. Same here. So there's some interest to sign Odelind and Dobrev. I will reject both of these, because I am not willing to part with them, given their contracts, with that kind of offer. What I will be willing to do, though, is go with some money. Something like this. They will not do that, probably. Now I will get 2 declines, but it's still worth knowing, because sometimes they will go for it. And if it works, in both cases, which is unlikely, then we got another 5k. For players that really were not up to the standard of the squad. Yeah. See, it worked in one case at least. So for Odelind, they go with it. Not for Dobrev though, but it doesn't matter. Now we're if I had accepted the other 2 offers, I wouldn't have known. So in this case, sure. And Tolga Dobrev, by the way, is on a contract that runs until 2026. So we're talking another 6 euros per week for 50 weeks. So approximately 300 euros and something. That's I'm always slow calculating this, and afterwards I think I'm stupid. But yeah, approximately 300 euros overall. So if we sell him for 0, whilst we have a chance to sell him for 2.5k, that's definitely bad business. We shouldn't do that. And I should look into earning some money more often. So in this case, this is a good deal for me. We didn't pay anything for him. Yeah, maybe we can get 3k for him, but who knows. Now they offer 7k. So the last offer was for 6k, I think. So if they offer 7, let's try to get 15 for him. In his case, I do not want to make some sort of appearance stuff or so on, because I'm not sure if Trollhättan will play him. So I'll go down a little bit in the price. 15k is still a decent fee for Turngren, I think. Yeah, sure, I want more, but I'm not sure what I offered last time. 18, I think. Let's go down to 16. Negotiate this. Now somebody's interested in Oliver's one. And I'm interested in joining them. Well, in that way, in that sense. Okay, so let's try 7. Okay, let's try 7k or 7.5, but not stuck to clauses. So that would mean that we get 6.5 here. Still want 50% of the next sale, and we want to arrange a friendly too. So that would imply yeah, we go down in price, but on the other hand, I've had enough of his complaints about the training facilities, and yeah, I'm willing to sell. Sure. And they offered 3 point something. Below 10k, I think we can negotiate as long as we want. It might fail though, and all of us one might be really unhappy. But we need to make some money on this. They went up for 7.75, and they went up for 3.6. So this was a 16 offer. We'll go down to 15 now. Is there any nasty clauses that we can have? Not really. And here we went for 7.5, I think. Are we willing to send him for 6? Sure, why not, right? Why not? Let's make it 6.5. Maybe they go for it. So now it's 15 and 6.5, what we offered. In both cases, sell-on clause and arranger friendly. There's a youth candidate with apparently significant potential that we will not accept in our squad. He's unambitious. That's it. So yeah. No decision made. I decided not to offer him a contract. That's a decision, right? Okay. There's a lot of deals going on here. Some of these players will leave the club. Some of these players will just come back. So we were at 15. This is 8.5. We were at 15 and 6.5. So now 14.5 maybe. Falling to 50. Every euro counts. So that's 40.50. And they go for the 6.5. That's good money. For an unhappy player on a 30 euro per week contract, yes, we will miss him in the squad, but hopefully we can find a replacement. And I want to add one thing here. So this is 6,500 euros. We get rid of some wages, but it's not about the wage here. For 6,500 euros, we can. I'm gonna do this by calculator here. We can pay 92 weeks of a player that earns 70 euros per week. If I'm not totally wrong about this. So that 29-year-old playmaker that we had our eyes on, we can pay for an entire season for it, if we want to. If we want to reinvest some of the money into the squad. Actually, that might be one of the things I do. Because he's a fairly pro, and he will be able to play in midfield, and we will have time for other things. What's this? Okay. Yeah, that's who's been signed. Sure. Anton Berg apparently is the best. Okay. And his trial finishes. Sure. So... where is he? It's not this guy. Oh, this is not a shortlist. This is the shortlist. So here we have, well, Jorge apparently, but I wasn't talking about Jorge. Was it this guy? Yeah, this is it. So this is Wilmer Melander. Compared to Oliver Swan, he's got a few weaknesses, sure. Let's compare these two. So this is by no means this is a one-to-one replacement under no circumstance. But Wilmer Melander's got a bit better vision, and he will make do for one season, I think. Also, rather decent set pieces. For our level, that is, right? He's more of a playmaker type, not a Metzala. So there's a weakness there. On the other hand, Oliver Swan played every game. And if we can get a 29-year-old sometime on the pitch, he never played on that level, right? No, he did. Well, he played 2 seasons, which he didn't do bad at. But for the 4th league, he was fine. The last 2 seasons, this is okay. And prior to that too. So some additional experience in a higher league might even benefit him. And he can also play back. As a register here, as a replacement for Malte Ekman, if it's needed. So once Oliver Swan goes out the door, we will try to get this guy in. Hopefully for a rather cheap contract, but I'm willing to include a fairly professional squad member for some money at this point, and to reinvest some of the money made. Because we gotta hold the league, right? But maybe with that guy we're able to. And in defense he's not great. And physically he's certainly lacking. So we will have to find solutions for this. This might not go down well and not be exciting, but overall we made money, and that's what's important if we want to build that training center at some point. Yeah, well, no money coming in just yet. God, we've got another few transfers here that will earn us a fee. At least some of them will. 20 loans ending. Well. Now there was an offer for, 14.25. This is our offer. Let's look into this once more. Where is he? Turngren is a midfielder. Come on. There. So, this is the conditions of our transfer that we offered, yes. So he would go for 14.25k plus the clauses, plus a friendly. The friendly will probably not earn us any money, sadly, because, well, it's just the reality of what we are as Ytterhogdals. Same with Oliver's one. That and Hudinge, especially. They will not come with 2,500 supporters to Ytterhogdals IK. Odeland, this is a good deal, I think. Yes, he's got potential in him, but he will not realize it at this club, and he will not realize it out on loan, so getting some money for him is fine. Cashing in is always fine. There's always new players. And some of them are really hopeful prospects, but the hope for great growth in a player is not what earns money. It might, but a 50% clause is really good. He rejected the contract there. Doesn't want to go. Well, in that case, you will probably stay. For the time being. I remember back when, I don't know, Football Manager 2019 or something, I had a player that was out on loan for 4 seasons. And really, they only paid his wages every single time. Every time with a different club. Every time he came back on a 7-point something rating. And he did decent. But every time I had someone else for his position that played there. And after 4 seasons, that player made it into the squad. And he played well. But it's really a rare occasion. It's not what usually goes down. Usually, player goes out on loan, player comes back, player goes out on loan again, and at some point he will get sold due to age. For some reason we get news from the Belarusian First League. I have no idea why. In case they want to loan him back, which could be something, I will probably not take him. Because last season showed us very clearly that this is not a good idea. Well, to some degree I'd love to have his personality in the squad. And also he's capable, so maybe I will accept it. Maybe I was too fast with that. He's also cheap. A loaning back is a no-fee deal at this point. So that might be a good idea. Nuremberg is really great today. Like a bit foggy and, well, not foggy, but there's a lot of clouds. I shouldn't say clouds. It's one big cloud. The sky's grey. That's it. So, yeah. Made me lighting, not lightning. Lighting is suboptimal at this point. So for central defenders, I think it's reasonable to look for replacements. The problem is I don't find any. We already tried. Wickberg will come back and he's basically the best one we know of. He didn't make it last time. He wasn't good enough. But we want at least 2.5 stars. Yes, I know the star ratings are distracting from reality. But 2.5 stars is something we go for. Boldegard Blom didn't do as bad as we think. I don't know. It might have to do with tactics more, or maybe we need to go with a slightly more defensive tactic. He's unhappy. He's been transfer listed. Nobody wants him. I'm sorry to hear that. Is there somebody else? I think we had a look into the shortlist last time. We looked through these, right? So this guy, for example, he's a decent ball-winning midfielder, I think. Might be able to play for us, sure. Could also do box-to-box, but it's not his specialty. Specialty is winning the ball. And as a central defender, he will not do, but, well, in the worst case, why not? Right? Because at some point we might need to play a player that is not strictly a central defender, but he's too expensive for my taste. Let's offer him a 4-week trial for reasons. He's slightly interested, Mitchell, but I'm not interested in paying his wage. I would really like to have Dan Lincoln though. Let's compare him to Mitchell actually. Yeah, Dan Lincoln is the better one of the two, I think. Eccentricity is nothing I prefer in a keeper. And all that fisting the ball and that stuff, it doesn't bode well for us. I think Dan Lincoln is the better choice. They're above 30, right? Yeah, they're both around 30. But Dan Lincoln is really, really expensive. Like, unaffordable. And Mitchell is even more expensive, so no. Funnily enough, he would be an excellent sighting, apparently. Yeah, he wants to be an important player. I can deal with that. That's not a problem. The problem is your wage. That went down quite a lot. That wage requirement. But I'm still not willing to pay this. But you can have another trial for 4 weeks if you want to. Maybe you can adapt to, I don't know, club culture or something. Yeah. He's the player that I'm not so convinced of after having a second thought on this. Right this stream, because there's a lot of ones here. Sure, they are not needed for his playstyle, but the rest of it is not up to our standard either. Yes, he's an 18-year-old, yes, he can compensate with the physicals, but it will take some time until he makes it into the first team. Alexic was on trial with us. I'm not entirely convinced by this prospect. He's got a nice trait, and overall this looks fine. The positioning 7 is concerning. And I'm not sure if he will learn it going forward. He's already 22. This guy, he's balanced, he's more well-rounded, but he's got a contract with Vaselands, so that will not happen. Which reminds me, there's the league table here. So some of these clubs will go down, right? Are there players in here that we definitely want, that are good enough to play for us, and that want to leave because they go down? Oh. Yeah, sure, that's a problem. Okay. Does he have future transfer arranged already? No. He just leaves on a free. So Ibrahim Begovic was a good player, right? He didn't score well so far, but I'd be willing to go with a trial here. Basically, let's try the unhappy ones. Maybe one of them will be interested. That's one way to push players. He has asked to leave too. Sure, why not? 32-year-old though, so PTO. Well, goodbye. Look at that. It's shopping time. Maybe one of these is willing to sign to remain in the league with someone else. That's not exactly loyal and, well, might not be a good choice for long term, but short term, why not? United IK. Nobody wants to leave here. That's half of this is a youth squad, so. Yeah, well, they are united in that, in going down, so there's that. I can also look into the other clubs, but, well, there's also... Okay, interesting. There's also players here that want to leave, apparently. With Smetby. And now you might think, well, he's fishing with the clubs that didn't do well in the league. What will that do to our squad? You're not entirely wrong about that, but for example, the case of Ibrahim Begovic, he's got transfer arranged. Yes, okay. So in the case of Ibrahim Begovic, for example, I had a look into the striker, and I think he's good. He's got the strength, he's got the physicals overall, he's got a really good heading. I think he's a 13 finish too, if I'm not entirely mistaken. There's some bits that just got rejected. Okay. But the trial for Ibrahim Begovic, for example, got accepted. Will he go for it? Nah, he rejects it. Sorry to see that. I would have liked to look into him. But maybe one of the others was good. So, we're 1 hour into the stream and I will already go for a bathroom break. See you in a minute. Okay, I'm back. Schondberg, fine. Gustafsson, yeah, okay, cool. These squad members' contracts are set to expire. Especially for the goalkeeping coach. I'm not sure if well, he's the director of football with us, right? But he's a goalkeeping coach in his secondary role. He's cheap enough that we might want to keep him anyway. The other ones are too expensive, and to be perfectly honest, our head of youth development he's not exactly great either. With his spirited personality, I don't care about his ability and potential skills. Not at this level and with this area. We need somebody who's got good personality to introduce good personality to the squad overall. So I'd rather have someone else here. It's not like I don't like a spirited personality, but I'd rather have a professional here. This is an important position. Okay, so can we find somebody with a professional personality? Maybe. We had a look for coaches with no coaching qualification, but this wasn't the way to go about things, apparently. No. So we'll look for a head of youth development. And now we need somebody with a decent personality. So, where is it? General. There we go. So there's one professional. Okay. Let's start with model citizen and model professional. There's nobody available. That's unsurprising. Yeah, there's one professional. So he would be the best choice, obviously. Personality-wise, but I think he was expensive. He's Norwegian. Doesn't matter. Yeah, he was expensive. I'm not willing to pay that. That's the problem. Fairly pro maybe, or resolute. Nobody resolute. Is there a fairly pro one? 2. I think we had a look into these though. He's too expensive. Foxhunger. Yeah, too expensive. Can we maybe find any? So there's a lot of fairly professional people here. Maybe I went about this the wrong way. There's 13 people that are professional. Maybe we can convince somebody to be head of youth development for some reason. For example, him. Okay, maybe not. He's really bad. But he's like, in his attributes as a potential head of youth development, he would be really bad. He sees himself as a manager. And he knows about South Korea. That would be a nice bonus. Overall, if I look at these mentals, this is really good. This means his level of training is acceptable, but the problem is he's too expensive. Yes. Even as a manager. He's pro. No. Now we're with the analysts, great. There's a fitness coach. No. There's another one. The thing with these guys is, it's more likely that we find a good coach that is up to the standard. For example, him here. Oh, hi Kinos, welcome. He sees himself as a manager too. Would he be willing to manage youth stuff? I don't know. Good. I think. I feel it's going good. We didn't go up. But we managed the last 2 seasons in 3rd spot. Granted, last season was a bit worse than the current season, if you want to put it that way. We're at the end of the season. Wasn't that good as last season, where it was really close. It was like 1 win close. We would have needed to win 1 more game and go for the playoff places. And this in this situation, though, this is fine. We were expected to avoid relegation in both seasons. No, the first of the seasons, we were expected to fight bravely against relegation. So in that sense, we overachieved. But overall, the problem is that a lot of the good players now want to leave. That's, well, my fault, because we promised them an improvement in training facilities, and the club doesn't have the money for the improvement in training facilities. So, as I like to call it, just because it's a shorthand description, Football Manager Hard Mode strikes again. And then in this situation, at some point we need the improvement in the training facilities. That's also how I go about the save, anyway. So, yeah. Either we push for promotion really hard and throw the save out of the window if it doesn't work, which I'm not a fan of, or we get the 160k that training facilities will cost us, and yeah, build them and build something that's sustainable with Ytterhogdals IK. And that's rather the approach I would want to go for, even if that doesn't lead us to Premier League and, I don't know, conquering Europe from Sweden. I'd rather have something that's sustainable going forward. So, yeah, that might not be that interesting at some point, at some times, but on the other hand, it requires some, I'd say a lot of focus on detail, maybe. So I hope I can provide that. Yeah. Okay, and for the, currently I'm looking into stuff. I'm also looking into players. We need to replace a lot of personnel. For example, the assistant manager is really too expensive, especially for his skill set. This is horrible. He cannot remain assistant manager with us. So he will need to leave. 3011, yeah, he will leave anyway. So let's look for somebody. We need somebody that's willing to work as an assistant manager. Doesn't need to be suited for it at this point. We just need an assistant manager overall. And if he's a good coach, this is fine by me. But it's not my major concern. Pereira, for example, is a coach with us, but he's also too expensive, and I want to use him as an assistant manager. Bonus points if he brings scouting knowledge along. So we want somebody that's a good overall coach. Let's go with determination, level of discipline, and motivating at least 8. Attribute picking. So determination, where's level of discipline? There. And motivating of at least 8. That's 13 people left. Now, if one of them is really bad, so say he's at an amateur club. No, he's a bit old, right? And we don't get the personalities here. I really hate that. I'd love to have the personalities in the pop-up. They appear afterwards though, if I'm not mistaken. No, they don't. Okay. It was like that some time ago. Anyway. Yeah, Kinos, let me know if you have specific questions about the save, right? Because this will be somewhat interesting if you're interested in the overall development of the squad going forward, but it will be a lot of small stuff for this episode. Dealing with this and that. And finding solutions for this and that. Lich. Okay. Well, none of these is really good. There was a spirited guy in between. Yeah, just if something comes to mind. I don't mean to be imposing. In that sense. I realize that some people just like to lurk. That's fine too. But I'm always happy to converse on certain topics, you know. So yeah, That's one of the pluses I feel of small streams, that you can actually talk about things and have an influence on the stream and so on. Well, he's too expensive, so no. Let's try the others, just for funsies. He's much too expensive. He's much too expensive. He's with the amateur club. Much too expensive. He's borderline cheap, but he thinks he will get employed as an U19 coach. So as an assistant manager, also he's not good. I don't think so. So I will not try to do this. Singars, we had him first. He's loyal. As an assistant manager, he will probably do, if I look at this. This is not bad. I'm willing to go with this, even though I don't think the personality fits. 130. That's in comparison to our current assistant manager. Where is he? Patrick Person. He's better. And Patrick Person is paid 110. So this would be an improvement, but not an improvement from a financial point of view. And there's the problem. We need the improvement from the financial point of view. We need somebody that's really cheap. This is better trainings-wise. So in a sense, he brings value to the company. I nearly said, yeah, he brings value to the club. In a manner of speaking, am I willing to pay this? I mean, I will get him down to 110 probably, so this is a wash, wage-wise. But I'm not sure. He thinks he's a head of youth development. Well, I will not hire him as an assistant manager with that personality. That's, well, maybe. He's on 70. Yeah, this is better. So, let's have a look into it though and compare him to our current assistant manager. Oh, I should probably have looked. Yeah, he thinks he's U19 assistant manager, that's the thing. So we will need to compare him first, and then we will need to negotiate a contract that's really below the level of pay for assistant managers overall. So they are both bad. Might as well go with this guy, because he might be cheaper. That's the first thing I note here. Does this mean that he's a good choice? Not really. But we can negotiate a contract and look for options afterwards. Okay. Let's try this. I don't think this will work. No. Now he wants 150. And we go away. Coach for 200. Seriously. There's also another option. I think he wanted to be director of football though. But we can always go with players that are... Well, let's untransfer list him first. We cannot. We transfer listed him and now we cannot talk to him. Great. My thought process was if we can have some of the older players take up some of the training. So this is something I'm looking forward to anyway. He's got the staff attributes already. I want him for goalkeeping coach. What's his current contract? 20 euros a week. And for the entire next season, sure. So as a backup, this is fine. And now I would want him to be not only player, but also, well, in this case, goalkeeping coach. I really think he can do that. And the rest of it is not relevant to me. Yes, an additional year of contract is fine. I don't care. He will serve as a coach. First and foremost, in the coming years. Yeah, he doesn't want to, he still wants to be player going forward. So, I don't know. The thing is, keeping a player at that age around, even especially if you already know about the staff attributes and are willing to sign him later on, might be a good idea. He might be cheap for that the time that's in between him being a player and being staff. Is there anyone else in the squad that's old? Haris Karamet, that's a trialist there. He's loyal. Wants to be a scout. So we don't specifically need a scout, but Bosnia and Herzegovina I don't think we have scouting knowledge in. It's not that important. It's more of an edge case. If he's okay as a player, maybe we can offer him a cheap contract. Alnes is out on loan, and the problem is he's transfer listed. He doesn't want to. Sederberg we just tried. And then there's a lot of trial lists, and Viden is already 30. And there's nothing we can do here, because he is not yet ready to be a staff member. Buldigroid Blom, I would also like to have him as a staff member going forward, but he didn't develop any. I don't know, I never tried this. So this is a contract I'm happy with, and I'm willing to have him as a backup. Also personality-wise, I'm happy with that. Even though he will not improve going forward. I will try something here. Can I offer him? Doesn't matter. Okay, he wants to be regular starter, doesn't care. I don't care. No, I cannot offer him a contract for as some sort of dual role. In that case, he needs to have staff attributes first. Weird. And I cannot force them to kick it off. So, okay. There's another way to go about this. This is all about saving money, right? It's all about saving money and finding value. So, yeah, if you did not come to the stream for this, you're probably in the wrong place. But I want to go about this. There should be something that is player. No, it's also non-player. There we go. These should be people that are also staff members, potentially. This is not great. As players, they do not matter. Let's give them all a trial. But we know about the staff attributes immediately. We don't know about the personality though, because they are still players. Now, if one of them is a good staff member, we might make a signing that's highly unpopular. What's this? No, I don't want to pay that much. Even if it's a better assistant manager. There's another trial. He doesn't want to? Well, then you will not get a staff position. But some of these might be willing to join. And they will not make an appearance on the pitch, or maybe, I don't know, 2 to 5, whatever, 10 appearances in case somebody gets injured, this kind of stuff. But like this one, he's not a good ball-winning midfielder anymore. He's balanced. The rest of it doesn't matter much to us. Sure, we could use him as a replacement at some point, but the thing is, he's also a performance analyst. Okay, this is a bad example, because as a performance analyst we don't need him. Sure, cool. And as a coach he will not do, right? But on the other hand, sometimes you get players that will do as coaches. immediately. Howard Norm. This doesn't look bad. Yeah, okay, he's weak. But at 35. He's got the stamina though, for some sort of box-to-box role maybe. And he also would love to be assistant manager. Is he a good assistant manager? Definitely not. And his coaching isn't great either. But he has no idea about coaching, I think. Oh, he has National C license. So, I don't know. Maybe he would be willing to sign as a player, slash assistant manager. We might also get a contract here, but I'm waiting now. He's fairly loyal, so that's okay too. Yeah, he might be willing to be assistant manager for less than 130 euros, that is. And that comes from the contract as a player. Same here, experienced center back. I don't think he will do much. He will not be a great center back going forward. But he considers himself a head of youth development. He's got some scouting knowledge that I was not aware of, that we could use. Look at this, England. That's not bad. Scouting knowledge in England is something we can really use. Thing is, he will be too expensive probably. But on the other hand, as an emergency backup slash head of youth development, this is not a bad choice, right? Fairly determined is not a personality I'm going for. And the stats are really bad. Also, his coaching is really bad. But he brings some knowledge to the table in England. We need that. And he might as well develop as a staff. Oh, he's on a part-time contract with them though. Yeah, so we would need to buy him for probably 0 euros at this point. Then here's Blakeman. We already talked about this. His moves and all that stuff are really nothing I look for. But this, oh, he wants to be director of football though. So we've got a choice here as a head of youth development maybe. We've got a choice for an assistant manager maybe. It might also be that they want 500 euros a week in these positions. This part overall of the squad, I mean, with the central defender, I'm probably not that happy, to be honest. But Moreira da Silva can stay, I think. He's not wonderful, but he will do. Stolt, I'm not sure. He will probably go. Muteba will definitely stay. I think this is good value going forward, Muteba. And he also improved a little bit, if I'm not totally mistaken. Or redistributed attributes, anyway. Yeah, okay, this is not the right way to display it. He plays this. And overall, well, it didn't worsen, right? It looks like he improved a little bit. Finishing went down, long shots went down, but really we don't care. Composure went down a little bit, but the rest of it moved up. So overall, we can stick to Muteba, definitely. And he's got a 1-year extension which will trigger if he plays going forward. So that's fine by me. If it doesn't trigger, well, we might as well leave on a free. I'm not a fan of that, but yeah, hopefully we don't get in that situation. But he will be 24 at the end of next season, so maybe give him another year of contract, but maybe that will be expensive. I'm not sure yet. But these two, well, Da Silva is a bit lacking with the positioning. There's Khalili as a backup who's not much better, so we might want to find a defender on the right side. With Muteba, I'm more or less happy. Because that also might have to do with the fact that he's pacey and he's overall well-rounded. Yes, crossing and dribbling could improve, but that's something like the cherry on top of a fullback to me. First and foremost, he needs to do his defending, and he's decent in that respect. Yeah, only 4 assists, but at least he has a decent average rating. Funny, Moreira da Silva probably has better average rating. No, he doesn't. He's got 6 assists only though. So it's not like there's much of a difference between the two actually. Only that Moreira da Silva didn't do as well due to the fact that he overcommits maybe. So yeah, maybe we were right there. Maybe it's not a good idea to have Moreira da Silva that pushes up that much. Or we need somebody with better defending on the right wing. Is there anybody we know of? Same question always. We know of 20 players. Wow. Okay. He's really weak. Really, really weak. Positioning is good though. But on that contract, no. Devonta Stanley. He's better attribute-wise. And he has a trait that that suits our playstyle if we want to go that way. He also has a decent throw. I would sign this guy, yes. As a 29-year-old, yes, but look at that estimated wage. He wants to be a French player, but still, the estimated wage. Well, this is horribly wrong, but 140 I'm not willing to pay anyway. He has asked to leave, I think. No, he wants his playing time. Well, he can have the playing time at this club. It's a well-rounded sample of attributes, right? Especially compared to Da Silva. Let's compare them. He's called Moreira da Silva, right? Yeah. Yeah, he's better. That's it. He's better in everything. Better or similar, I'd say. In most of the things. He's also not right-footed only. Now, he's got 2 traits I'm not sure of, but he's got the pace to make him work. So, yeah. He's just flat out better. And we can see that in his wage requirement. But, he wants an improvement in the coaching team, though. Would be squad player, that's fine by me. And this is not fine by me. So, that was Bodin. Bodin, maybe. Not sure how it's... He's Swedish, though. So, yeah. Probably like in French, I'm not sure. Bodin. I'd like to have him. Hellbrook. Some guy that played in Stockholm. I don't know, not sure about this guy. There's a 19-year-old. Wow. Acceleration 16 is really good. He would be interested in joining, but he lacks some other stuff. No, this is not a replacement. Well, I think we can be sure about that. He needs to play somewhere, but that doesn't mean that he needs to play with us. This looks like he could be a good deal going forward, because let's say his acceleration drops to 14 and his pace remains that way. He might redistribute some of these attribute points into more useful things. And, well. Give me just a second, somebody dropped me a message here. Okay. So, I think this is a good signing for the future. And, well, just because the physicals look good, right? He's got everything he needs to play in that role. So, as from a physical point of view. Now, mentals aren't great, but compared to Da Silva, I will compare him to Da Silva. Moreira Da Silva, that is. Where is he? I'm blind. There he is. Yeah, he's really fast, and he's also stronger. He will probably keep some of that pace, and Moreira Da Silva is not a slow player either, as you can see. But he lacks in other areas. Give him 1 or 2 seasons out on loan, he might develop. Just from natural progression. So, I'm willing to sign him. And try to find a loan move for him. Will he go for a youngster? He will. This is great. This is also not bad. So he wants a non-contract. 8 per week. We'll try the other one first. Yeah, this is probably the most. No, let's try to give him a €6 per week contract here. Not sure if he would go with that, but sometimes they do. He says this is close to an agreement. Okay. I'm willing to roll the dice on that at this point. I don't think he will play for the club just yet. We want to sign him as a youngster. No, this is not. This is the wrong one. So contract extension after league games, I think five games will be enough. With this kind of contract, we want to extend it with this kind of player as soon as possible. So 5 games is fine as a clause. We don't care about what was it, €300 something that we spent in case he gets extended, or he gets his contract extended. So this is good, and as I said, I'm willing to roll the dice here. No, okay, he didn't want that, but that's one to keep in mind for the future. Let's offer him a trial, see if he comes to the club. And he's one to go, well, not into the youth team anymore, but he's one to keep an eye on due to the physicals. This guy played for an opponent. He's really fast, but he's already 21, and they went down, and we can see why. Berg. Well, he lacks the on the technical side. The rest of it is fine. Sundgren. Yeah, and some of the older ones here might be really good, but we have no idea about. So might as well offer them a trial and see who's willing to come in. Because 1 or 2 of them might do. Some trial offers get accepted, some get rejected, as usual. And then there's a lot of trialists here. Just gotta be careful that we do not sign any real contracts with all the trialists. Sure, so they can all be on trial too. Oh, come on. I don't know. When will the trials finish? That will take a while, yeah. We'll have to wait and see if Isaac Holmstrom wants to go, but that's a lot of transfers here. I certainly lost count here. So already, nah. So with that amount of trialists, you have no idea. It also takes some time, so. But this is basically reimagining most of what we have in the club, and in some cases we might need to extend contracts that we are unwilling to extend. So we need to make a decision. Do we offer them a new contract, or do we, I don't know, keep them on a month-to-month basis, or at the risk of losing them immediately? Do we want to fire them just to get finance in check? Because for the next 3 months, it's not like we need any coaching, right? So might as well fire half of the staff. Alright, Oliver Swan is willing to leave. Bye, Oliver. You were a great servant to the club, and I'm very sorry about your complaints about the training facilities. I'll miss him. Seriously, I'll miss him. But now we got a deal that allows us to bring in that 29-year-old or somebody else. It's not like I'm hung up on that playmaker, 29 years. But we can now employ somebody else for that money, if we want to. Or we can toss it into the budget for the training facilities. This is what we want, right? And same goes for Turngren. No, Turngren, that's a bit more money. Yeah, the chairman has decided to do that on our behalf. So we're talking 6.5k plus 14k, that's 20k out of 160. So we need another 140. It's something, I guess. But both contain a sell-on clause though. So even though I don't think Oliver Swan will improve much, especially not with his new club. I think Turngren can. He's a very good player overall, and I don't know what Trollhättan will do with him, but he can improve. And even if he doesn't, he might get sold on by Trollhättan. Which reminds me, he can be given a professional contract. Yeah, that's great, but I don't think this is a good idea. Which reminds me, what did I just think of? Yeah, I wanted to look into player values of the ones that have transfer clauses. Most of them will be worthless. The clauses are still missing. Let's wait another day, or maybe just after. It might have to do with the sale. The sale will go through at the start of the transfer window, so and that's why it's not in the clauses yet. But I'm willing to monitor clauses to some degree. Most of them will be worthless. The sell-on clauses at this point. But some of them might already be on a player that there's a few trials coming to an end. Okay, I will look through these too. So transfer clauses. I was here recently, but we didn't really look into their transfer value. So in Alisar's case, he will probably get released at some point. He's under contract in Aleppo, and well, Aleppo is not loaded as a league in Syria, so he will not develop. We also still know about marking and positioning. He's not good enough at this level, so no use in getting him back either. Björnsson, we sold him to United IK. United went down, and well, he's under a really bad contract. Remember, he wanted to go due to the lack of wages, so but he didn't improve much with them, apparently. Kevin Blennestrand, this is a good one. We might get some more money on him due to the 50% sell-on clause. His contract situation though is well, he's bound till 2026. So if he remains at the club and somebody comes in for him, he might get sold at some point. But that will take 2 or 3 years, probably. We don't know. Estefanios has no transfer value to speak of. Högberg definitely, well, this is the other way around, right? We sold him on, I think. He was on a non-contract. We'll still get paid for taking him on until the end of 2027, so whatever. Jankovic, no transfer value to speak of. Carlson, same. Bob, this is really sad. He could have had one. He could have had a career. He also could come back as a striker at some point for us, but he didn't improve much. He's been injured 2 times now. Yeah, look at this. There's some worrying injuries lately, so probably not a good transfer. And then there's Eric Robertson, who doesn't perform well either. Yeah, we sold him, though. We got money for him, so who cares? Now, let's go through the inbox. These might be the old guys who are capable to play as be staff members. No, they are not. Alright, so this is a 28-year-old, Stian Molde. He's slow, that's a problem. As a fullback, definitely not suited. In either role. I don't think this is okay. So what remains is center back. For a central defender, he's got better positioning and decent tackling, but the pace is really worrying. And let's compare this to Boltigord Blom. That's the slowest of our defenders. Yes. So he's a better defender, Molde, and has better mantles. But overall, I'm willing to trust Boltigord Blom more. And this has nothing to do with the aerial reach here. I think Boldegard Blom is the better one overall. So no use in signing Molde. He's not a staff member. Nikolai Harris. Now, that's a different package here. If we look at this, clearly he's a fullback slash wingback, and wingback on support duty he can play, I think. Off the ball movement isn't great. Anticipation is lacking. Yes, there's some varying deficits from a dribbling point of view, but even for a 30-year-old, he's got acceleration and pace. So that's decent. He's not particularly weak. He's not a good jumper. And his tackling and passing could do some improvement. Sure. But his crosses are good. He can take free kicks. His technique is fine. And especially positioning and teamwork and work rate are okay. If we compare this to Stolt. Where is it? He's just better than Stolt. Not in the air maybe, but he's a little bit better. Stolt costs us nothing. Well, he costs €6 per game, but so this guy's 1 year older. Definitely not one for the future, but for this season, as an emergency backup, maybe. Also, he's got a balanced personality, and we know that Muteba will make most of the games. Let's compare him to Muteba, actually. So, Ndunge Muteba, there he is. So, Muteba is faster. And overall, Muteba's better. But Harris as a backup will probably be fine. And he's a Norwegian. He does speak Swedish. So he can drop in immediately. He's also not really lacking pace-wise. I think this is an option. Let me put it that way. Now it depends on what he wants to be. No, he wants to be squad player. Okay, fine. Let's tell him, okay, this is fine, you can be squad player. Yeah, and this is down to wages now. I would be willing to go for this, but not for this wage. So, no. There's Christopher Alp, 27-year-old. He crosses early and knocks the ball past the opponent. Crosses early is more for a defensive role, I'd say. But, well, early crosses are not the end of the world, right? This can still be a decent idea. Same here. Is he better than Muteba? Probably not. Let's have a look manually first. So, acceleration and pace are decent. Stamina is okay. Work rate's a bit lacking, but that's not too concerning, and might also go up with some official warnings. Dribbling is a bit of a deficit. The rest of it, on aggregate, is okay. It's not great. It's okay, and this is fine. We can probably deal with this. Let's compare this to Stolt. Stolt will look worse. Probably. Yeah, Stolt looks worse. Alp is just a better defender. This is okay. And now let's go with Ndunge Muteba. Muteba's faster. But overall, Alp is not a bad defender, I think. He could do with a bit better, well, defending. But I'm not worried about that. If we get him for, I don't know, a reasonable contract, that's not a problem. But where does he come from? Hazelholmes. Well, okay, maybe. I don't know what he earned there. He wants to be emergency backup. $40 per week, yes. This is much better. So now we got a player that is well-rounded for the left side. Yes, he's not perfect, but we're on a budget, and this will not hurt our budget. I will go for 30 here. We'll probably get to some sort of conclusion at 35, and I'll be happy with that. And these clauses here we will get rid of. because he will make some games. Also, we'll immediately add a clause for an extension here for after, I don't know, 10 games, and probably even 5. Man, let's make it 10. Yeah, see, he's willing to go down immediately. This is great. Maybe we can even get him down to 30. See, wonderful. We'll finalize that deal. This is fantastic. I don't even care about the nationality. Apparently he's Syrian too. Okay, it doesn't matter to me. Cause sure, I would have preferred an Englishman. But I think he can do. And now we can finally get rid of Stolt. This is one way to reinvest the money. And also 30 euros per week for 50, that's basically nothing. That's 150 euros? No, that's wrong. Where's my head? It's 1,560 euros. There it is. So, considering that we just earned 20k, this is not big money to spend. But hopefully it will improve defense to some degree. Does he have flexibility? Not really. And he knocks past the opponent, so this is dangerous. But I'm still happy with that. Fine, this can go. Same as this. And now we need to find out how much of that appearance fee he really wants. Apparently nothing. Yeah, cool. Okay, he only has 1 year of contract. That will get extended after 10 games. This is fine. Let's go with an optional extension too, in case we want to have one. And suggest this, and maybe the injury release clause. He will block that. Yes. Okay. But anyway, this is a decent contract overall. Gustafsson. Similar situation. The other one was balanced, right? Alp. Hi, Popple. Welcome back. Yeah, he's a balanced personality. Not great, but that would do. Now, if Gustafsson is he's missing though. He misses some stuff. Yeah, I don't want to sign Gustafsson in that situation. I flat out don't want to. Because we got one that looks better. Sure, goodbye Gustafsson. Ekblad. That's a bit weird. He might have been a fullback, but he's more of a central defender these days. Heading's bad though. I don't know, not interested really. No, actually quite the opposite. We sold 2 wonder kids, if you want to frame it that way. Oliver Swan and Simon Turngren are out the door for an aggregate profit of 20k. So these 2 unhappy players are dealt with. And now I'm looking for... well, on one hand, yeah, the opposite. But I'm looking for cheap replacements to a degree, but that are somewhat capable. So I'll just go back to Christopher Alp for a second here. I just had a look into this guy. So the other person playing on the left wing back position is either Stolt or Ndunge Muteba, and well, this is not great, right? But this is well rounded for our level in the league. I'll just show you once more. Where is it? There he is. So this is the blue circular Gunde Munteba, and as you can see, Sure, he's faster. He's the more physical player. He's also the younger player. Alp is already 27. But Alp comes with, on aggregate, decent attributes. And we can also see this here. Now, this doesn't make much sense, right? This is not an improvement, strictly speaking, in defense, but in comparison to Stolt, it is. Yeah. And if we compare this to Stolt, we can see that on the physical side, it's I'd argue it's a wash, but he's still a bit faster. The 2 years of difference will not be responsible for that. It's just a different player. On the technical side, Alp is better. That's the reality of it. And on the mental side, Stolt is a bit better, but it's mostly down to, let's say, mental attributes that are not really relevant. The work rate of Alp needs improvement, and the aggression could do with some improvement. But work rate, he will get official warnings, and work rate will improve. So that's none of my concern. The traits aren't that great. He crosses early and he knocks the ball past the opponent. That's not something we go for, strictly speaking. But yeah, as you said, not too bad. And he goes for a contract for 30 euros. So we pay 60 euros per week for the entire wingback position on the left side. And Stolt can go into, I don't know, do whatever he wants to. So I think this is not a bad choice, especially due to the wage, because one position covered for 60 basically means that we can cover the entire squad for 660 if we go about it this way. I realize that this is wrong to think about it this way, but that position has 2 players that we can trust to play. Stolt was not one of those in the last season. Okay, these 2 are probably also left defenders. Yeah, so as a wingback, I wouldn't want to have him. I think this is not strictly bad, but he's already 30. Could be a replacement, but we already have one now, and our replacement is 27. And then there's Hosseini. He also knocks ball past the opponent, but at this point, this is seriously lacking, right? Anticipation 4, crossing, dribbling. There's stuff that's not available here, and I don't want to sign him for that reason. So that's a trial list that went out of the club today. There's a lot of stuff coming on like this. We also sold. Who did we sell? One of the young guys. We sold one of the young guys for 2.5k. That was out on loan anyway, and I think it was the left winger, the fast one. The 21-year-old. We signed him for nothing and sold him for 2.5k. It's good business. Sure. Let me think about it. I think you witnessed the first one, if he takes it, that is. Let's have a look. Transfers in. Well, there's an entire bunch of trial lists, so... apparently we made a signing for this guy. Seriously, I forgot it. Yeah, I forgot this one. I forgot this one. But as you can see, he's really weak in some aspects of the game. He needs to improve with respect to that. But he is probably signed as a youngster. Not sure. I don't know yet. Hennel will come in. He's a center back, but that's more due to being English. Christopher Alp we just had. Der Vichy will join us on a non-contract. We already knew that, I think. Luke Collins and Ty Coakley will join us, both probably on a non-contract. And Anton Ishak will join us. Anton Ishak is not a good striker from a finishing point of view, but the physical side is fine. And if we need some replacement for Holmström, that is probably not a bad idea. Now, yes, Splitbiff will be pissed that we sign this guy, but he can play both roles. But this is all yesterday's story, right? So let's just recap that. There is nothing else here. Great. And out. I just want to go about this. Shabanac will go. We knew this, but we will get 1.2k for him. Adalsteinsson goes. I think Adalsteinsson is one of the ones that we had a promise towards, though. Well, promises are already gone. Okay. You can promise stuff to other managers? Great. I didn't know that. So I think Adalsteinsson was one of the ones we promised improvement in training facilities. So I tried Ibrahim Begovic. So this is not Ibrahimovic, obviously, but he's got a similar name. Here. This Edlin Ibrahim Begovic went down with Sylvia. And I think I remember that he's got good strength, good jumping reach, and his heading was 13, if I'm not mistaken. We scouted him prior to the end of the season. And he scored 7 goals in 28 games. That's not great. But he was with a really bad team. So he might be good for 10 goals going forward. His finishing doesn't look good though, but I think it wasn't that bad, if I'm not totally mistaken. He might have been a 6 or 7 or at the upper end of this range. I'm not sure. 24-year-old will not develop much, but he's used to the league. He's Swedish. He knows how to speak Swedish. So I think that could be an option. And I gave away a lot of trials for players that are unhappy with their current club because they went down in our league. So if they want to remain in the league, maybe they will come for us. But let's go through these for a second. So Adalsteinsson goes out on a free. It's not like we paid anything for him. This is a nothing. Yes, this is money lost, but he was on a non-contract, not getting paid anything. Yeah, he was paid 15 euros. He did improve somewhat, but really, he came in and he goes out the door immediately. There's nothing I could do about this. He wouldn't have needed another contract. I failed to give him that. And he didn't develop as much, so I didn't know. Ngoma. Well, okay, thank you. But sure. Maybe they want to come here, but most of them will not come here due to wages, right? Ngoma overall looks decent, right? The problem is he would, well, there's two choices here. As a wingback, let's say support duty here. As a wingback, he's lacking. The off-the-ball movement is really bad. Passing is not good. The technical side overall is lacking. He's a decent defender though, so might do as a wingback. Now we've got 2 to 3 wingbacks on the right side, so don't need him. He's got transfer arranged now, so this has already been decided. And the same is here. As a central defender, he's not bad, but his jumping reach is not good for the central defender. He will not do. And overall, so we decided to sell him, even though I don't think he's a bad player, but we get 1.2k for him. He earned the club money overall, I think. Yeah, okay, entire 15 euros, well, whatever. But I'm not unhappy with this sale. Christopher Anderson, I'm a bit unhappy with that. Yeah, the Norwegian pitch looks much better than Ytterhogdals IK's. That's true. But this overall looks like he could develop into something, but he went out the door. He was on a non-contract, and Too late. Turngren. I think on Turngren's side we can say that we would have loved to keep him at the club, but we paid him 65 euros per week for approximately a year. So that should do. Because we earn, sorry, now we'll earn 14.25k plus clauses. Well, plus sell-on clause, that is, for him. So this is good money, considering that we didn't pay him much for the entire time. I mean, if we calculate this, right, we paid him 3.3. We make over his time at the club, we make 14 on him. This is a good deal overall. Bergwall will leave on a free. Same story as with the other youth guys. Oliver Swan will leave for 6.5. I'm actually happy with that. I didn't imagine that we could get that much. And then there's what's this? Oh, this is just a broken menu. Yeah, Football Manager things. Theo Lind leaves for 1.1k. I'm a bit sad that we get the money immediately, but on the other hand, yeah, it's okay. We could probably have sold him for more, but really, he just needs to go. And now we'll look for improvements to the squad. We might actually use the squad player for this. Planner. Maybe, I don't know. So these two I would love to include in the squad, but we cannot afford. So for the time being, let's imagine, I don't know why they get added every time. These are options, not sure. For the time being, let's imagine we're gonna go into the season with Sederberg. Sederberg earns basically nothing, 20 euros per week. He's an overall decent player. I think this is fine. And Westberg as a backup will do. Yes, his aerial reach is lacking, but both of these are backup members, by the way. So if we sign another goalkeeper, that's better, that's fine, but I don't want to splash the cash on that. So another goalkeeper would need to be better in some aspect, even if it's just a personality, really. So I just removed the other two. They are both fairly professional. They are on level with Sederberg, mostly. If one of them comes in for 50 euros a week and he's fairly professional and wants to be the first goalkeeper, fine, I'll do that. And then we'll loan out Westberg. Or, I don't know, something. But this does it for the season for me. This is full of it now. Okay. Well, we'll have a problem here. So, he will not come in. And he's not an option. I remember that. And there's a lot of other options here. We just signed Alp, so we will plan with Alp. Cool. I need to do this manually. Okay. So one of the others might be a good idea though. I don't know yet, right? Some of the trialists I have no idea about just yet. Stolt though will not do going forward. He remains in third spot here, but we will let him leave at some point. Or maybe also a possibility we try to get him into coaching or something. Because he's already 29, it doesn't cost us anything to keep him at the club. He's an influential player, yes. I mean, he's balanced as a personality, but he sees himself as a... He's a Manchester United supporter. We cannot keep him around. I'm sorry. I didn't know that. That explains a lot. No, seriously though, he can remain with the club at this time, I think. And be the ultimate emergency backup. I'm not sure what he considers himself right now. Where is it? Happiness. He considers himself an impact sub. So maybe not a good idea. But now he wants to be squad player. I don't think that will happen. Yeah, that will happen. He's an emergency backup to me. And he wants 60 euros per week. So not going there. He's injury prone. No. That's why he's on the contract he has. This, by the way, is this the right formation? Okay, cool. Fine. Can we change it from... Yeah, we can change the formation here. Oh no, we gotta do it twice. Ugh. Alright. I'll do it. So, am I happy with the left wingback side? What the hell? No. Yeah, I cannot sell him. He's on a non-contract. I cannot. And they will not, sorry. But overall, I think this looks like it's covered. It's not great, but it's covered so far with Alp and Muteba. And that's better than last season, so it's an improvement. It's cheap. I'm happy with that. So both these positions are good. Central defenders, I have no idea about all of these. So let's just get rid of them. So here, I have to state that I think Boltegard Blom is better. And for some reason we then managed to be influential player. I have no idea why. Because I think Boltegard Blom made more matches. 25, and we then made it to 24. Okay, it's one match. I was right though. Anyway, no, Boltegard Blom is, from my point of view, due to the personality, is the better investment going forward. That's also true because I hope I get stuff out of him. Get him as a staff member at some point. He's the most expensive of the four, but really this is all damn cheap, so doesn't matter much. Wickberg and Hagedal are both 23. This is, from a economic perspective, this is probably the sell-off point. Do we want to get rid of both? I don't know. Once we find a replacement. This is not good for the next season, but it is not, to me, it is not we need to sell them immediately and find new central defenders for a lot of money. To me, this is, we might go into another season conceding too many goals. It's not great, but if this is how we suffer, well, okay, we might suffer for a bit from it, but this doesn't imply we go down, right? Yeah, sure, we need to, and that's down to economics. Some of the players here will sign for cheap as staff in a secondary role. That's also the plan for Zetterberg, for example. It's not like I'm really excited about selling on a 30-year-old. I hope that he works as a goalkeeping coach going forward for a few years, and he's got good goalkeeping coaching already. I want this. So yeah, that's part of the plan. Okay, next role. Now here it gets tricky. In this formation, Asarson will not play here. Wickberg will not play here. Ekman does. He's a register. Hellberg is a midfielder and he's not a good passer, and he's definitely not a register. If I look at this, overall he's a bit weaker, but he's lacking. He's more of a hard worker, I'd say. More of a box-to-box midfielder, and we can see that. That's not bad. I mean, he will come back. We will need to pay him, but he's on a 35 euro contract now. Sure. That doesn't matter here. Yes. They pay 50 euros per week. I don't know. Doesn't matter. He will come back, but he will not be a replacement. Yes, I thought about it. And it's mostly down to... actually, I thought about it yesterday on stream while you were around. This is down to two things. So, in defensive midfield, he doesn't contribute defensively. You are right with that. And I know he's 21, but and he lacks some of the mental stats. But from a technical point of view, And from a point of view of the capabilities going forward, either he will be Andrea Pirlo in young. Well, that's not fair. Either he will be with the skill set of Andrea Pirlo for our level of play in defensive midfield, or he will be a waste. Because up front here, he cannot do anything. He's got the technique and all that, yes. So maybe as a playmaker or as an, but playmakers, yeah. He can be attacking midfielder here on support duty or something like that, but it doesn't fit the formation in attacking midfield. So if we put him here, he could be, I don't know, box standard, also advanced playmaker here, but in our formation an advanced playmaker isn't a good idea, because I want them to contribute on the defense side, and he does contribute defensively, being behind the defense. Also, he plays those nice long balls. I think he's capable of doing that. So I'm in some way unwilling to... Yes, he could. But here, what kind of playmaker are we trying to get out of him? Because he's got the attributes for the advanced playmaker, for the deep line playmaker. Alright? He doesn't have good tackling. So he's more of a I don't care so much about defense type of player anyway. No matter what the position on the pitch is. But he has the attributes to be a passer. And this doesn't use his dribbling and long shots as a deep lying playmaker, not as much as we want him to. We need him to play in a playmaker role in something. Doesn't need to work playmaker in it. Can be regista or I don't know. There's other playmaker like roles. But here up front, this is his previous position, right? He serves nothing. As a tricartista, he will not do. He doesn't have acceleration and agility for that. He's too slow. As an enganche, lacking the agility, that's more like it, yes. But this is a static role if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Behind the strikers and a playmaker who sticks to his position. Exactly. So we would need to move the entire squad around him. It's not like we cannot do that, but this is basically regista in attacking midfield, right? It's not like this is different. It's just further up the pitch, and in an area that will be congested. So he cannot express his attributes up front that much. Shadow Striker, I think we all know that this is not viable for him. And then there's playmaker roles. Same here, lacking the agility, also the acceleration. He might just go down up front because he's too slow and his off-the-ball movement isn't great and so on. And then there's attacking midfielder, last but not least. As a standard attacking midfielder, he can use his long shots. That's something I feel is somewhat viable, but again, he lacks the agility. I think further to the back, he is more useful as a passing option. But this is down to the fact that we are going for possession style anyway. And we will need to go for that. In a defensive setup, I will not play a regista. So in this formation, he has his spot on the pitch. We will probably make 20 games like this. In this formation, he will not be on the pitch. Or if he is on the pitch, he will play something in midfield. I don't know. Maybe emergency mid-Salah, I don't know. But Malte Ekman was overplayed last season anyway. He doesn't need to play 30 matches. So that's fine with me. In attacking midfield is already also is a bit down to formation. If we employ him in attacking midfield, we basically need two defensive midfielders, or at least defensive minded. And this didn't work out well last season. And I can't see it working out well going forward. So that's why I will probably stick to Malte Ekman as a regista. Also, he does improve. It's not great, but he does improve as a regista overall. it's a bit weird to put it like this, but I think he will be able to contribute in a more dominant role going forward. Because he's got the technical capabilities. He's just missing vision and off-the-ball movement. And if I look at this, he can do that. He can get another point throughout the next season in off-the-ball movement and maybe in vision too. I think he can get that just through match experience. So all of a sudden it's a 9, and then yeah, he will go somewhere. And the rest of the attributes I really don't care about. We'll make him into a decent register, and that's it. Also, I realized that he's not a good defender, but his strength and jumping reach are not bad. Yes, that's true. But I can imagine his vision, so mental attributes increase with time anyway, right? This is the mental section is the last section to go in Football Manager, or it doesn't go at all. A 35-year-old will still have good mentals, most likely. Even though technique is really bad and the physicals are down to 1, his mentals can be fine. So it's unlikely that Malte Ekman loses on his mental side. I cannot see him develop acceleration 10, especially not at this club. I cannot see him develop decent stamina for a standard midfielder role. And on the technical side, this is true to some degree too. I cannot see him developing tackling. But this would be needed in central midfield, as well as in a more deep-lying playmaker role where nobody else covers for him. He's in that weird spot that he can dominate the pitch via passing. And nothing else. Or not much else. Because not much is basically the long shot. And he can go for a dribble from time to time, but not for a long one. So, going for some dribbles in defensive midfield and playing a short dribble in defensive midfield and playing that long pass is fine. And if he scores through 2 or 3 long shots throughout the season, that's fine too. But overall, I expect him to improve on the assist side. But this doesn't look bad, right? 6.99. That's not great. But he will get better. He's 21. I trust in this. It's not about next year, specifically. He as long as he plays, he can develop, and as long as he trains in that position, he can develop this position and get better. And he will make it to be a register for this team, as long as his potential holds up to it. And he's only 21. Also, contract-wise, he's bound to the club, and this will probably be extended. And at this point, if at the end of 2027, he will not be, I don't know, the prime creator for the squad, we might let him go and change tactics. But we've got another 2 years in him, so might as well use that. Nobody wants him anyway, due to his weaknesses. Okay, let's go back. So, we don't have anybody that covers for that, right? That's a problem. If we go with this, and I think that's a good... I want to go with this, let me put it that way. I don't know if it's a good choice. He will not do as a register. That doesn't work. It's not like he's really lacking, but he will not do. Now, in an emergency situation, sure, Nila Forsell can go back there and play for 1 game. The other guys here I don't know about. Let's get rid of him. But there will be no real defensive midfielder in this formation. This part here we got that covered, I think. That's mostly due to Nila Forsell, so I remove all of that stuff. I don't know about any of these. Mustafa Khalili is not a box-to-box midfielder. But in worst case, he can be employed there, yes. Nila Forsell, I think, is our... There's a lot of choices here that are somewhat viable. Yeah. So none of them is great, though. Asarson is more of a ball-winning midfielder. Playing him here as a box-to-box is not a bad choice though. Sure, dribbling, finishing's lacking. Yeah, I get yours too. It's not like I don't get that. But he roams from position anyway, as a register. So he will be, I don't know, I cannot display this. If these are the two players up front, tips of my fingers, he will be like this anyway, because he's a register. So that should make up for it. And the two midfielders in front of him are very well suited for a possession-based system. They can come deep and pick up the ball, and this implies a lot of forced movement for the opposition defense. And there's always the danger that the ball goes back to the register, and there happens to occur a long ball for the wing. This is what we witnessed, by the way, too. It worked out fine last season. He plays those long balls, and we can see that in game all the time. He prefers longer passes from time to time, which he plays with a decent accuracy. Anyway, Asarson as a primary box-to-box, probably not. Wickberg has no right to be in central midfield, at least for me. He's a central defender for me. Probably ball-winning midfielder, but not here. I don't think he will play here. If he plays in midfield, he plays ball-winning midfielder, and that will be more of in the defensive formation, not in the possession-based. So I don't want Wickberg here. Let's get rid of him. Malte Ekman. As I just stated, I don't see him there. Now, as a box-to-box, he lacks mostly physicals. It's not about the rest. The rest is okay as a box-to-box. But physicals-wise, this is not good. So he's not a good choice for a box-to-box midfielder to me. And yes, I'll have him in the back of my mind, but I don't want him there. Ytterhogdals, to me, he's a winger. Problem is, his attributes might speak a different language. He can do as a box-to-box, maybe. Same as a Metzala. But box-to-box is probably better. He lacks the finishing though, and well, the defensive discipline. So I don't think this is a viable choice due to the lack of defensive capabilities. He's also not that strong. He's one to play out here. And doesn't matter what duty on. He's one to play out there, and he needs to improve his crossing and maybe the long shot. And then he will do. Bit of pace maybe. But I'm willing to go with this. The trade also fits this nicely. Moves into channels is perfect for an inverted winger. So he should look for down to his role. He should look for the space between the fullback and center back anyway. This dictates him to do it all the time, and he's got decision 7, so this is a good trade for him to possess. I don't see him in central midfield, so let's remove him, even though I'm aware and he will play some matches there. Ostrom is not a box-to-box midfielder. I have no idea what he is, but he's not a box-to-box midfielder, at least not on this level. And if he, well, I'm very happy to train him like this, but defensively he will not cover. I think his strongest sample of attributes probably says Metzala, and I realize that this is weak. But we're talking an 18-year-old model citizen here, so hopefully the model citizen will do something going forward. But he trains as a Metzala for that reason, and we'll see where this goes. But I don't plan with him in the first team anyway. Not yet, and not in this position. Bergman is a winger. I don't think we need to have that debate, but as a box midfielder, I don't think he will do. No, same here. Tackling's missing. So now again, somewhere. Khalili as a last-ditch option, sure. Asarson as a replacement, sure, but it will be Nina Forsell in first spot probably. And I'm not sure about Asarson and Hellberg here. Asarson is the better player, the better defender. Hellberg is a bit more well-rounded, but Hellberg is bad. That said, if we look through this sample, none of his bad is below 6. Well, finishing is 4 and long shots is 5, so that's wrong. But overall, there's a lot of 7s, 8 and 9s here. He never played an entire season. So using him as a backup is probably not a bad idea. He might gain some match experience. And good personality overall. Yes, he's lacking a bit in some things. But I'm willing to go into the season with this guy. And that's also down to wages, right? These two options are not too expensive for central midfield. I can deal with that. Same for Malte Ekman here. And worst case Nila for sale. I don't know if we need another register. I don't think we need to spend on another one. If Malte Ekman gets injured, then we've got a problem. But so far, I don't think so. Metzala. Asarson is not a Metzala. Doesn't matter. Doesn't work there. We can go with a ball-winning midfielder here. Maybe. Not decided yet. If we go with a ball-winning midfielder here, we've got enough stuff. Ekman will not play there. Ytterhogdals might do though. So the only option I see right now is Ostrom. This is Oliver Swan's position. We need somebody to cover for that. Bergman will not do it. Hellberg will not do it. Forsell will not do it because he can't play both sides at the same time. So really in this position we need a replacement, I think. And a replacement that can play first team. Now, as a Metzala, there's less defensive duties, but I would want somebody that either brings the skill or brings a decent personality and will do, I don't know, from another point of view, right? Doesn't need to be the primary player on the pitch. But yeah, I'd like to have a Metzala here. Somebody that can score going forward, let's put it that way. Oliver Swan was that player, but he didn't put it on the pitch for most of the time at the club. So if we find a central midfielder that's got a decent long shot and finish, or maybe just a long shot, that's fine by me. Now, we had somebody in mind. Dobrak, for example, wouldn't be a bad choice, right? He already knows the club, and if I look at this sample of attributes, sure, finishing and long shots are lacking. But overall, he can play this role, I think. But he wants to be star player, an improvement in coaching team, and let's say we promise him that. No, I won't pay him 160. Not for the skill set he brings to the club. Kindberg. I know nothing about this player just yet, and finishing 1 and long shots 4 I will not take. In central midfield as another passing station, we don't need another player of this passing type. Register, neither. Ekman's just flat out better, so this is none of the stuff he can do. Ball-winning midfielder maybe, sure, but I don't want him. Mustafa Ali Ismail is more of a playmaker type, a dribbler. He's got the pace though, so yeah. Going forward this would be fine. Problem is we don't have a playmaker in our formation, and passing and vision are not great. He's more of a dribbler maybe. Actually it's all there is to him, so maybe employ him on the wing, I don't know. Don't want to sign him. And then this one's decent, but again, there's a problem with the role. On the shortlist though, there is still... Well, Alp is on the shortlist apparently. There is still... where is he? Oh, we got him into the... There's a trial into the club. Apparently, that means that he got removed from the shortlist. So some guy with a name with M. It's a playmaker type. There, Wilmer Melander. We had a look at this guy. He's 29, so he will not make it to 35. But we had a look at this guy earlier on. And as a Metzala, he's not great. But overall, as a midfield option, he might do. Now, what do I want to play him in? Yeah, that's a good question. I think he's more of a playmaker type. So in that sense, he's more suited to replace Ekman as a register going forward. Not replace him like we sell Eggman, but more replace him like in case it's needed. Because his passing and technique are good enough, triggering in first touch are good enough, mentals are acceptable, I'd say, for this role. Even though the star rating here says do not play him there, I think he could do in that position. Same DLP and so on. But in central midfield, I'm not sure if we need him. As a box-to-box, not a good idea. He's a passer. And I don't want to play two playmakers, right? So comes down to money. Now we just sold somebody for really expensive, so we might as well go with a contract here. But I don't want to pay him 70. And this is why he's on trial again. He's not suspiciable to injuries apparently though. No, above average. Okay, so he might be. I don't know. I hope to find a better option here. I'm not too hung up on the Metzala. If we do not find anybody that can play something reasonable here, this will be a ball-winning midfielder all of a sudden, and that's fine by me too. And then we go with your idea yesterday, Popple. We'll go with a ball-winning midfielder. Maybe keep it at that, or maybe go with a support duty too here and put Tillander on attack duty. Even though he lacks the anticipation, he's got the pace. Maybe he scores a few. So that would it would make the formation more symmetric in a way, and less of an asymmetric approach from the roads. I wouldn't say that this is a problem or a very good idea. It's neither. It can work. I think that's how I think about it. Yeah, so we're on the lookout for a central midfielder that can play first team. That's part of it. And or we go the other way about it, or we field Ostrom every single match and hope to get something out of him. And in that case, we would probably field him, I don't know. Not as a box-to-box, but I seriously have no idea what to do with him in that case. I mean, ball-winning midfielder is really a bad idea with that tackling. So yeah, maybe Metzala, because that's what he is to a degree. I mean, he's more of a shadow striker to me, not a primary creator, and I don't know. He's nothing to this club as long as he doesn't improve, right? Skillermo will not play here. Warwick will. Dobrev, I think we didn't manage to sell. Oderland is the one we sold. Wouldn't play there anyway. Tillander's the primary one. Puget will not play there. Bergman will not play there. At least if I can help it. This is the setup for right side going forward. Yes, Warwick is 25 years old, but now we finally have an English player in the squad, and Tillander will be the primary player anyway. That's it. That will do. If we find somebody else like Dobrak, sure, I'll bring him to the club once more and loan Warwick out once more, but it's not needed specifically. Also, Tillander has been a long-time servant to the club, and he's not been unhappy due to some stuff, so he will go into another season, hopefully. On the left side, yes, Skillermo is still around, so Oderland will be sold. Dobrev is not one I want on the left side because he's left-footed. Tillander, neither. So somebody's missing here. It's Liljedahl. To me, it looks more like this maybe. So and that in a sense Skillermo is obsolete because we also have, where's Liljedahl? There. We also have Liljedahl, and for me Liljedahl is the player to go for going forward. That's not down to skill necessarily. The skill of Liljedahl and Bergman is, well, Liljedahl is a bit better on mentals and technicals, but worse physically. But we play a possession based system, So mentals and technical skills can make up for some of the lack of the physical side. And in the counter formation, probably Bergman should have that spot. Let me put it that way. But Ytterhogdals also is fairly professional. Going forward, I think both of these will remain at the club for the time being. If an offer comes in, we will manage to sell Bergman. I'll do that. I'd even be willing to part with Puget on a permanent basis just because he doesn't get any playing time here. And if we can make some money on him immediately, that's fine by me. But we will need to play him for a season to get some money out of him, I think. So he's listed for loan. Skillermo, emergency backup. Up front, so Al Holmström isn't sold yet. That's a problem, and from a planning perspective. Skillermo will not play here. Warwick will not. Kulovic comes back. I don't think he's up to the standard of this squad, but in all honesty, he did never get an entire season. I have no idea how much he can develop, and he's fairly professional. Also, from a general point of view, he has the right, let's say, the right composition of attributes for a target forward role. So he's got that, but he would need a season or two to adapt. And I'm not sure if we want to give it to him. Tillander will not play there. Ytterhogdals will not play there. Anton Ishak might though. And Anton Ishak comes into the club as either a backup or somebody to play most of the time. I'm not sure yet. He's depending on if Holmström comes or goes. And then there's some other players here that I do not want to look at. I will do that later. So for a primary formation, what's missing? Central midfield. We need somebody here. Preferably somebody who can develop into something really useful and that needs the playing time. Or somebody who's experienced and can do a decent job overall. I'm not sure if Melander is... Was Melander his name? Yeah. I'm not sure if Melander is the right guy for that. On one hand, I would love to have a fairly pro guy in midfield that can basically lead the team. On the other hand, he's not well suited for the role as a Metzala. He lacks in so many aspects, or a little bit in so many aspects, that I'm not willing to go there. Also for this money. On the other hand, yeah, I'm not sure if we will find somebody else. So in case we find nobody else, Melander will make it into the squad probably. So now I just realized we need a central midfielder. Fine, let's look into it. Is there a central midfielder that we are really grateful for? Also, we forgot about the right wing back position, right? Yeah. We signed somebody here. I forgot his name. There's somebody that will come in. What's his name? This is in, out. Here it is. Guslain Gogo. Can I find this guy? No. Yeah, we removed him from the shortlist. He's not there yet. Oh, no. We'll add him later. But sure. He'll be here too. Okay. Anyway, central midfield. We were looking for a central midfielder. So, who do we know of? Here apparently is a central midfielder. So going by recommendations, we don't have that many recommendations for somebody that's really great. He's more of a target forward, apparently. Going forward whenever possible would fit Metzala. This doesn't strike me with confidence though. Might as well go with the fairly professional 29-year-old at this point. Because as a Metzala, he's same suited. Ball-winning midfielder. I don't know. I don't think so. And also we got Asarson for that, so might as well go with him. He's more of a playmaker, playing short, simple passes. That's exactly why I threw him out. I don't want somebody to play short, simple passes in midfield. I want him to play penetrating passes, creative stuff. He's a BWM, and then, well, we're basically left on our own here, because this doesn't look confidence inducing or inspiring. This is not great. So, what other choice do we have? Well, we can do something like this. I know this is absurd, but if we sign an English player for the first team there, might as well play him. He's fairly ambitious, for example. Really lacking on the physical side though, and overall I don't think this is a good idea. I have no idea where this is on our planet. Is this Rwanda? Rwanda. Okay. Fine, he's Swedish anyway also. So, but he's a 30-year-old. Where did he play? Sandvikens. Well, Mkunzi. Let's offer him a trial, by the way. Might have a good personality. And also be cheap, I don't know. But one option is also to really go for it and just play a youth player. Doesn't matter. If we would do that, that would not necessarily mean Ostrom. Bergwall will leave the club, so that's a sad note at this point. Antonsson is much too young to play in the first team. There's Isaac Haddad. Yeah, low determination. But we could play composition of youngsters also and not use somebody else. He's the one to shoot from distance. Yeah, I remember him. He's English, right? No, he's Swedish. Was part of the youth intake. But we might find somebody that will not perform well, but at least he will develop into well, just, I don't know, either a useful player or a transfer fee. Alright, Shabanac is out, Lind is out, and Ngoma is out. This guy comes in for a trial. And Alnes and Kos, we will have to let leave. With Alnes, in particular, I'm a bit disappointed in how this turned out overall. He made some games. He never really made it to the first team. But as a fairly pro player, I'm always a bit, I don't know. I'd love to keep these. He's an international, has plenty of problems with injuries. Yeah, that's why he got released. So I don't wanna use a player that's with a lot of injuries. He's out of contract. He might be on a month-to-month or go out the club. I'm willing to risk it. On his loan finishes, yes. He might also be employed as a Metzala, by the way, but no, I don't think this will work. Kos finishes. With Kos, the thing is, definitely not. As a ball-winning midfielder, maybe. So maybe this is the best option we have, to go with a ball-winning midfielder. Kos left the club though. And well, he's counted as a last resort now. So might as well use a decent ball-winning midfielder. Nieberg is out of contract as a scout. Yeah, he's on a month-to-month now, so that's fine by me. Okay, Eric Robinson has been released. Did he develop? I don't think so. Well, he scored 1 goal each season. This is really bad. Mumbob has been released. That's more interesting. I realized that he's prone to injury at this point, but they paid us small money for him. Let's try to get him back. If we want him, that is. If we want him. Dalaker. He didn't leave as a head of youth development, apparently. Yes, these two left though. And then now we've got a lot of contracts expiring in 2026. These are set to expire also in 2026. We will probably prolong most of them. Yeah, he left. Okay. So we need another assistant manager. Okay. What can we do? Well, we lack staff. We need an assistant manager going forward. Is one of our coaches up to the standard that we want him to be assistant manager? That's actually a good question. I have no idea. So Pereira would be, yes, to a degree, but he's too expensive. Is there a coach that is really good here? Where is it? Coaches. Is there a coach that is good enough overall? I'm not too fond of Pereira, also due to the wages. This is not that great either, but well, he's bad with player ability and potential, so probably not. Niels Bakken doesn't look great. I don't even remember this guy. Sure, we've got a coach here that's really cheap. And then there's Lindem. He's yeah, well, that's the physio. For some reason, the physio does goalkeeping coaching. I don't know. So with all of these, he's got good judging ability though. He's on a 65 euro per week contract. Let me put it that way. Finding an assistant manager will cost us 100 anyway. I would love to have a cheaper one, but if Pereira goes for an assistant manager role at a decent price, I would be willing to offer. He's got the skill set for it, to a degree. But problem with Pereira is I don't like his personality for the coaching team. It's just balanced. I'm not too fond of that. Niels Bakken, just balanced too. He could do as an assistant manager though, and also he's really cheap so far. Nestang, balanced. Molskred, balanced. London, well, no. So Niels Bakken it is. Am I happy about that? Probably not. But let's see if we can convince him to be assistant manager. Maybe he doesn't want to. And let's see if we convince him to be assistant manager on a really dumped wage. So I don't know. Stick to the 20. Let's give him 25 because we're nice people after all, right? Accepts immediately. Great. So we could have saved some money probably, but yeah. Now we've got a new assistant manager. Doesn't matter much. He doesn't need to adapt to the club. In the end, this is still good business, even though we could have saved some money, because our current assistant manager left for he was paid 130, if I'm not, or 110. So paying 125 is certainly good from a financial point of view, and Pereira will need to go due to the money we pay him. Yes, the standard of coaching will drop, but that's enough. We need something going forward on the coaching department. And Bob is willing to come in on trial all of a sudden. Okay. For some reason, he's considered a fringe player. Not sure. We'll see. Training schedule changes are none of my concern just yet. So... Oh. No, he will come back today. Okay. So, what's missing? This besides the squad, the staff. In the squad, a good central defender probably, and we could use a midfielder. If you've got any recommendations, let me know. But I'm not willing to splash the cash on that. It doesn't matter if we sold 2 players for 20k and we throw it out with the wages. It doesn't work that way. And fully realizing that this is a bad idea, a tiny part of me wants to go with Ostrom as a Metzala throughout the entire season. Just give the 18-year-old model citizen some time on the pitch and screw everything. Let's see what he if he develops at all. Financials. Is this the last month? This is the first month of the new year, new season, right? Not sure. Okay. So we got 1.7k in addition for players sold. That's good. So player sales doubled throughout the season. Happy with that. I think we can look at this now. Or we cannot, I'm not sure. Is this the end of the season? Should be, right? How long's the time of the season, man? This is still the old league table. When's the start of the season? 11th of October, well, that's the end date. That's the playoffs. Well, I knew that. Okay, cool. Yeah, not sure what counts as start and end of the season finance-wise. Okay. But overall, I think we can attest to the fact that well, in December we were already up, so there might be some sponsorship income coming in and that stuff at some point. But right now, we're still in the black. So this is good. We're improved in that regard. And this is mostly down to player sales, I think, and a reduction in wages maybe. So we finally reached a level that the club can sustain. I don't want to deal with the monthly staff meeting, thanks. I already adapted mentally to the fact that Iron or Holmstrom will go. Now there's nobody willing to sell him, to buy him. This is really weird to me, by the way. He's already been transfer listed, right? Yeah, he's transfer listed anyway. Oh, now he wants to have another asking price. He's furious. I'm sorry, I forgot. I would need to rewatch. I think he's worth. The fact that I remembered. So the fact that Iron Al Holmstrom doesn't get any offers. Isaac Al Holmstrom, whatever. I think Isaac is a really good striker for this division. If somebody is willing to make it work, like we did, and he can develop into something more useful going forward because he's 22. It's not like he's 25 at this point. He's got a long contract with us, so I don't know. Somebody should be willing to come in and offer some money for him. But nobody does. And now I've got this talk with his agent and himself about his market value, and I think he's valued that much. To me, at least, he is. Seriously, fuck this. He will... No, sure, we devastated his morale even more. But it's not like he plays for us anymore. He will not. And if he will, he might get rid of all the unhappiness. Yes, he's an influential player that has a negative impact on the morale. Yes, I really like talking to agents. A lot. Not. There's a few players that got released in Sweden. Might as well offer some trials. I mean, this is how we found Torgren, whatever. The one we sold for 15, 16k. So Torgren it is. Torgren, yes, that's it. To be fair, we could also just use Al Holmstrom going forward and play him. And throughout the season, hopefully... Well, nobody wants to come in, okay. Nobody will be happy with that signing, but I am. I think Alba I saw playing for one of the opponents in previous in previous seasons, if I'm not totally mistaken. So there's that. Okay, Christopher Alp will not necessarily be in the first team, but what would you sign him on? Emergency backup. Yeah, I think he will do at this. And I do not expect much improvement here. I just need him to. So Dalkurd feel that those two feel the asking price is too high, and the other ones here feel that the wage demands are too much. But there is some interest in him. I do it myself, and I do not want the staff to play plan friendlies, and that's down to the simple fact that we bleed money on friendlies. We lose out on money if we play friendlies. So this preseason will be completely different to the last one. I will not play friendlies if I don't have to. I will play friendlies with opponents that come in through clauses at the end of the period. I will not play other friendlies. Because there's nobody in whatever the name of the stadium is, blah blah Hallen. Sandvik? No, it's not Sandvik's Hallen, apparently. Let me look. I'm a bad manager. I'm really a bad manager. Svedjevallen. Sure. I should have remembered that. So the problem with Svedjevallen is that Svedjevallen is deserted most of the time. At least from a financial point of view. And this is especially true for friendlies, no matter who comes. Nobody wants to come to Ytterhogdal. Exactly. So I will not have automated friendlies. And I will invite some clubs for some amount. Anyway, with Isaac Al Holmstrom, there are some clubs that are interested. It's just about the money. So let's do this. We want him to leave. Well, we don't want him to leave specifically, but maybe somebody's willing to make an offer at some point. If we reduce the asking price. Something like this. Kulovic is listed for loan. I don't think that's viable anymore. So going forward, we might use him as a backup once more. Not sure yet. Who are you? Wow. Wow, no. But Bob might do. Depends on what he wants to earn going forward. He knows the club. He had 2 years where he earned some a bit of money. Maybe he wants to come back. I think there's another few players that we might be willing to sell at this point, and we should get rid of some of the listed loan listings. The squad will look worse than last season. There's no doubt about that, and we will not push for another promotion going forward. At least I don't think so. But some of these have some potential in them, and squad personality overall should improve. Yeah, no. I'll look into this later on. Okay. Kulovic. At this point, bench. Warwick. Bench. Dobrev is still listed for loan. I'd be willing to part with him at this point. Don't know. Doesn't need to get loaned out just yet. He's really cheap, so bench. Here we go. Okay, let's assume that that Viden and Boldegard Blom remain at the club. Same as Hagedal. I'm not sure if that's a good idea, but it doesn't matter right now. Khalili remains at the club for sure, just as a backup. Wigberg is still listed for loan, but I don't think he needs to be. I would like to have a fourth option here in central defense, and he's cheap enough, so yeah, let's do that. Stolt. Alp is there. So Stolt can probably play the U19 at this point, but I will not put him down there just yet. He'll just remain at the squad and do nothing. Asarson will not go out on loan once more, at least not from a current point of view. I think in the defensive formation he can play the ball-winning midfielder once more, and in the more attacking formation he will probably play a ball-winning midfielder too. Where is it? So if we train him like this, I don't know, might even go with a second box-to-box, but it's not like it's of much importance at this point. Free kicks are on an 8. Maybe he can improve those. Not sure. But let's say he plays here. Not as Metzala, obviously. So let's say this is a ball-winning midfielder spot. It's a bit weird, but okay. Turngren will leave. No use including him. Hilberg. I'm not too fond of his skill, but he's a natural central midfielder. He can play box-to-box and ball-winning. Let's go for box-to-box for the time being. Doesn't matter much to me. If he improves a tiny bit, maybe he can make an appearance in the first team at some point. But he will not be a ball-winning midfielder going forward or something, I don't know. He's not a playmaker. Well, he can play ball-winning midfielder too, as it seems. But his strength is not up to the standard. Really, this is not a good player overall. We just signed him for the personality, and maybe he can make good on some of that. I wanted to remove the transfer flag here though. I'm not willing to give him out on loan once more. There's some space in the squad, so he might play. Turner and Swan will leave. Now Elias Auerberg. Nobody wants him. He's still on 1 year of contract. This is actually an option for, well, this is an easy one. This is an option for Metzala in midfield, right? I mean, it's a bad one, but it's available. So let's unlist him here. Maybe he'll make a few games. Sure, why not? So then there's Alberg and Ostrom apparently. Oh, we put him up front. Sorry. Well, up front, striker's not there yet. Odelind is the one we didn't manage to sell. I think we could be able to though. Odelind, you mean? Or Ostrom? Probably Ostrom, right? There's a bit of delay. Give me a second. Where is he? Oh no, not Ostrom. Alberg. Well, that will be confusing going forward. But yeah, he lacks the flair. And also passing, and look at that strength and jumping reach. This is really concerning. He's a small guy, but the long shots are great. And he's got the appropriate traits we taught him. He just didn't make it. As a player. That's also down to the fact that Oliver Swan played most of the time, right? But confusingly, he's older than Oliver Swan and didn't develop that much. You can see it. He spent 2 seasons out on loan. None of them was great. Prior to that, the times with the club were not that bad. It's not great, but not that bad. He just didn't develop much. But yes, well, depending on who plays here, we might go with Baldwin midfielder or Metzala. Maybe we can be flexible about it. And then there's Puget. Well, Odelind, I think I want to sell. Yes. Yes. So I think I picked the wrong one, the right one here. Yes. I don't know. There might be some sort of delay in the stream, even though I used a low delay mode. But hopefully this works out. The way you thought about it. Okay. Odelind. I think Odelind can be sold, just because he didn't do well and pace on its own. It's worth nothing. In a defensive formation, we might be able to make do with him though. Yes, exactly. So he's been really cheap. Let's transfer list him once more. Try to get rid of him. And with Puget, I want him to be loaned out for I don't know how much, but I want money. I want him to play, but I think he can develop going forward. But I don't think anybody came just yet. He's unknown in Sweden. He's Norwegian. He's unknown in Sweden, and that's part of the problem. Oh, now we're going somewhere. Okay, so there's a lot of people that want him for some money. 1.2k in that case here. 3 bits. So we can really we can negotiate this up. There's other parties, so whoever wants to have him, . Yeah, something like this. Doesn't matter to me. We can draw this out for a long time. That's not stalling. But if we get for a free signing 2.4k without playing him once more, spend most of the time out on loan, that's good. Even if we get 2k for him, I don't know. Probably won't, come to think of it. Maybe they say this is not enough and we're... I don't know, maybe I'm too aggressive with that right now. No offers for 2 players. Isaac Holmstrom doesn't manage to get an offer. Okay. Asking price is 14k right now. Let's go with 13.5. Every euro counts. Nila Fossil has perfected his ability. Well, that's unsurprising. It's his core position. Okay, whatever. And he apparently is more of a fringe player. Well, we'll need to make a decision on his contract going forward anyway. Now we've got something going here. So this was started by an offer for 13.5. They offer 4k. He might become unsettled. I have no idea how much he could become unsettled. Because it's not like he's not already devastated and annoying now within the club. This is all just down due to the training facilities, really. Down due to doesn't make sense. Anyway, yeah. I just want money going forward. That's all. Scout this one, get these in. Maybe it was a trial day where we found Turngren. I'm not sure. But it took some time until we... I think it was one of these weird cases where he signed for a really low contract for some reason. $1.3 now. So we offered 2.4, let's go to 2.3. And we will find a solution here. in some way that makes me happy to be able to do a good deal. That's part of the enjoyment of Football Manager, I think. There's another offer for our Holmstrom. I think we offered him for 14, 13 last time. Alright. How low are we willing to go for him? 12? 12 and a half? 12 and a half. Yes, I realize. That's why we signed him. Okay. So that would mean if we get our Holmstrom done and the other ones, we will probably have transfer value of about 25k, even more, 30 to 40 maybe, through just through player sales. Sure, we sold out. That's part of it, yes. $2.2 maybe? Come on. Yeah, I think we were at 2.2, right? We offered for 12 and a half last time. Did improve by 200 euros. This will not go through if we don't reduce demands. $11.5 maybe. But this is close. There's not much improvement. They are, I don't know why they went up last season, right? So they can't be that cash strapped. So 11.5 it is. Yes and no, we do not have enough coaches. I will look into this going forward, but not right now. Well, get into bed, or I don't know. I'm not sure what you're doing right now, officially anyway. But well, if you can, go for a nap. Constant offer 5k. 100 euros they moved. 100. Who's this? Oh, that's a small. I might go for a break too. Eat some food. I don't know. There's also some annoying stuff I need to deal with. We still have some sort of debate going on that might result in a legal challenge at some point. Small scale stuff, but anyway, it's really annoying. Yeah. You don't want to, yeah. I get that. That's part of work life, right? The work-life balance. Somewhat wanting to control the own time. I go to bed much more since nobody else dictates when I need to get up and go to work or something like this. So I don't know. At least for me, it had an influence so far. And also, I don't feel like I'm not part of society. This is weird. People always say you need to have work to feel as a viable part of society. I don't feel like I'm missing out, actually. Quite the opposite. This feels like resting to me. Well, for the most part. There's always stuff you have to deal with, and sure, I'm trying to contribute to, the relationship and the apartment and so on. But that's stuff you're willing to do. Okay, will somebody pay 2k for him, please? It's not like this is big money. Come on. Also, none of them want to include the clauses. 5.5k for Al Holmström. Well, finally we're going somewhere. So we offered for 11.5. Let's go to 10.75, I think. So that's 9.75 here. 1k immediately. We need some money to get the season done. Yes, true. And I mean, that's the as a nerd, or I don't know, however you want to put it. Being able to establish these over TCP/IP is probably part of it overall, but you also need social contacts in real life, I'd say. So it's part of a habit too, to be able to have less direct social contact, I think. But on the other hand, I don't feel like I have any friends or something like this, right? It's just different these days from, say, university or something, where I saw people every day. I would still be willing to see people every day, but most of them are stuck at work. So it's not like work is the part that contributes to social well-being. It's that the people are stuck at work that you need for social well-being. And, well, work is just part of life. There's no use in talking about that too much, I guess. I mean, there's a lot of use in it to some degree, but this becomes a philosophical discussion much faster than we want it to, so yeah. This is not a bad player overall. we could do with him, but yes, yes. And I know people that have absolutely no interest to go to work if it doesn't, if it's not required at all. And, or yeah, so for example, I know somebody who's been in a home office for 2 years and that person is fine. Never seen the colleagues. Doesn't matter. Does his job. He even got a raise recently, and it's just totally fine with it. Blakeman retires. Well, Blakeman just left. Now he's gone. And he's a football director of football. And same for someone else. Well, okay. There's 2 players that retired all of a sudden. I might have looked at it the wrong way. I offered trial to some of the players to be staff members going forward. 6K now. Can you finally agree to my terms, please? So we offered 10.75. Let's go with 10.25 at this point. So this. I really feel this is below the value of Al Holmström, but sure. Let me put it that way. I like to be around people. It's not like I'm antisocial or something, right? Well, obviously, I mean, I could just sit here and play Football Manager on my own. So, some part of looking for social connections is within each person. But again, it's some sort of multi-dimensional emotional problem, isn't it? Because if you like meeting the people at work, or going for work and meeting the people on site more than you hate work, then it's a trade-off you're willing to go for. But if the people are not meaningful to you, and you'd rather have your, I don't know, your peace while doing work, because you enjoy doing the stuff, but you do not enjoy the people around that annoy you while you try to do stuff, then all of a sudden the people become a negative, and you're not willing to go at a specific workplace. And I would have been able to do my last job remote 80% of the time. That was not entirely possible. To be fair, I had the opportunity to do most of it remotely, but it was a hard fight. And with some of the personnel, I'd say, with some of the colleagues, it also didn't collude that well, I'd say. I don't want to blame anyone, but we had very different perspectives coming from a very different background in some cases. And that doesn't necessarily mean that someone was wrong about this. It's also part of a good team to have different perspectives, so I also see a benefit in that. Oh yeah. Could have gone down better. Let me put it that way. Might also have to do with the employees feeling valuable, not only as an asset that works for the company, but also as a person, respected in their opinion, I'd say. Yes. There's in a few of the talks I had recently, there was a question, are you willing to, I don't know, what about home office? And I always answered it's down to requirements, right? But not requirements by the boss, it's down to the requirements by the situation. If there's a meeting and I gotta talk to somebody, and this is a difficult topic, and it's a difficult talk, maybe in person is a good idea. If, I don't know, we have to implement some sort of software solution, well, depends. If there's planning to do with a whiteboard and stuff, maybe it's a good idea to not do that remotely. Software solutions for planning remotely are not that great sometimes. On the other hand, if it's like both are sitting on their development environment and do some stuff in parallel, there's no use in coming into the office. You can share the screen. I've got 3 screens here. I can look at somebody else's screen on one of mine. That's fine. I can do my stuff along the way, and this improves performance because the rest of the environment is gone. We're in our little niche. We can do pair programming there, and that works out fine remotely. But it also depends a lot on how the employee is used to this and how they like it. In all honesty, in the end, it should adhere to what works. All of these are okay, but I think we had a right defender. Well, some of them are okay, some of them are not. I will not use him as a central defender now. What about Boudin? Well, I thought about Boudin.
Thanks for the follow.
Oh, thank you very much. And welcome to the stream. So yeah, there's Boudin here. I think this is a viable solution. Boudin. But we already have. Well, that's the wrong position. As a defender, he's got some potential left in him. Da Silva and Khalili are not up to that standard. He's 22. Problem is we got a 20-year-old coming in. So do we want to get rid of Khalili and the other one? I mean, if he comes in for 30, sure. Let's have a look. He wants to be star player. Well, and he wants a lot of promises here. Let's say regular starter. And this is about as far as I'm willing to go. Thank you very much. No. Anderson, for some reason he has a face. Blood with Slatter, okay. This must be the real face, by the way. Oh. No, it's not. This is a new gen. This is the Perfectionist. I forgot about him. So this is his new gen face. He's out of club. Cool. Yeah, he will not play for us, but as a tutor. Maybe he finally reduced his wage requirements. Let's see. I also find that the studies about 4-day work weeks are really interesting. I met with somebody yesterday. Was not part of it was not a business meeting. And the person told me that they worked 3 days a week, and that their spouse/partner, I don't know the exact relationship, that they work 4 days a week, and they are really happy, and they can they rather make do with the money they earn that way and have more time than work more. And we're talking young people here, and I can appreciate that perspective, because in certain jobs and in certain forms of employment, it's not about getting that much money. It's not about a lifestyle inflation. You just want to have time and enjoy your time on this planet. And the sooner you realize that, the more time you have to enjoy. So him, I will just sign for the personality if I can. 45. He wanted, I don't know, he wanted 70 or 80 when he was in another club. That's really expensive. Maybe we can get him down going forward, but a perfectionist in the squad is always a good idea. I can slap him in with into a mentoring group with 2 of the youngsters. He will not change his personality going forward. Are we willing to pay for this? He's already 27, so yeah, this is a stupid decision, but I will do it. And if I recall correctly, he's been a really annoying negotiator. He will not go down to 35 now. Come on. Sir, please. Okay, that was the wrong decision, but anyway, nah, okay, right. Cool. I forgot to I forgot to reduce it. That's my fault. Anyway, now we are offering a lot of money to somebody who will not play much. Or at all. Yes. I would be very willing to go with this. At this point, let me phrase it this way. So, obviously, I'm by no means this stream is monetized, but I think I would enjoy having 1 or 2 days a week that would be specifically for streaming. Like right now, it's 5 days, but going forward, that's not a viable solution. I need some money at some point, and well, gotta earn some income, right? But I would be willing to make a trade-off there, and go with I don't know, full-time, not full-time employment, part-time employment, and part-time doing stuff myself. That would be great. I can imagine that. But on the other hand, this is not viable as long as I don't know, as long as I need money from the day job. And also, as a computer scientist or somebody, let's say, that likes management-related stuff, it's not like management and IT are part-time roles. This going forward, this is not what a company usually imagines. Like, you can work 3 days a week as a manager. That's not how it works. The image of some sort of manager in every shape or form comes with overtime and so on. So that's not what a company is willing to do. I'll stick to the 2K here. Yes, exactly. There's a certain irony in this too, because let's say okay, so I'll dream for a second, right? I realize that this is not realistic. So let's say I play Football Manager 2 times a week going forward for the entire day. I don't know, 8 hours, and there's some sort of income in that just justifies it, right? And for the other 3 days I do something that earns money. Doesn't matter much. I like being a software developer or some sort of I don't know, product owner stuff. By the way, I like doing all of these things, and I'm not particularly good at any of them. Just in aggregate, I think I'm decent. In well, each of them somewhat decent, I think. More of a jack of all trades, and that with respect to that. But it might be that going forward, the thing I like the most will be my strongest suit, because I'm willing to invest my free time, and I'm willing to learn. Yes, I read that too. There's only so much mental load you can endure each day, and it depends largely on what you consider to be. Oh, there he goes. Well, maybe he can come to terms with them. So 10.25k and a sell-on clause and a friendly. Well, that friendly is absolutely worthless with Carlson's, but sure. 10.25. So that would bring it up to 25 if we got that deal through. You're welcome back anytime. And thank you very much for being around. Just come back later. I'll be... I'm not sure if I will be on the later half of the day, but I'm usually 9:30 in the morning. GMT +1, that is. I don't know your time zone, so yeah. Just look at the schedule. I try to adhere to it, even though I will not be able to going forward at some point, but I try to adhere to it. Also, stuff's on YouTube, but you probably found it already. And thanks for the compliment. They offer 2.1k. Fix without a clause. I'm gonna stall that one. The other two are willing to negotiate. So they offer more money but without a clause. Now it's about the reduction of the clause apparently. Cool. Okay, I'll take the 2.1k. And we'll go down to 40%. Yes. Yes. But this is also down to the randomness of football, isn't it? Football contains some sort of randomness at some times. 40%, 2.1k. We gotta be careful here not to mess it up. It's not like and this is a very interesting topic to me, but yeah, but actually this is a good argument, because you start to think differently about things. As a fellow IT guy, you are probably well aware that efficiency is well, a goal to strive for in most circumstances, and this is not only true in IT. Let's think about products, for example. If the product is not efficient enough and you need to, I don't know, you need to employ 5 people to manage a product that earns enough for 5 people, this is useless. This will not help the company grow in any way. Now, I'm not arguing you should fire those 5 people because you've got a social responsibility and so on, but maybe you want to improve on that product or find something else. I don't know. And this usually means that you gotta think outside the box. Thinking outside the box is damn hard if you're forced to it. But... okay, we got some trials that finished. I think none of these are worthwhile though. This is not the old people we had for as a staff member though. Yeah, at least for some people. Thinking that way is damn hard. Ironically, I think as somebody in IT, I mean, you're used to it. You somewhat get used to it, right? There's no use in implementing some software solution if there's already a software solution. Glue it together, make it work. Yeah, I probably need to do that too. So now they offer 2.3k. Without the clauses. Seriously? Okay, fine. So I will accept these. I will not accept the other one for 2.1. It's not enough. He's wanted by a lot of clubs though. And he comes in as a backup. Fine. The fans will not be happy about this. But finally, we signed somebody with a perfectionist personality. Cooking's a good idea though. Angry with the signing. Yeah, sure. Be angry with the signing. I don't care. He will not play anyway. The mental side is not bad though. We'll probably teach him some ball control. Okay. And now there's something we have here. We got a group for a right wing back. Oh yeah, these are all too old already. So let's remove that. We're trying to teach a wingback at all, right? So Anderson is the perfectionist, to have an influence on the others. So who's young enough? The Silva isn't. Alp is too old. It's really about Muteba at this point. Yeah, he's got light influence at least from that. So now we need somebody else. Puget maybe. Yeah, Puget gets significant influence from this. So we should do this another way. Muteba is not it's not a good solution here. We got a 27-year-old perfectionist. Really, we got him in this just for teaching other guys how to be a perfectionist. We don't need to put Ostrom in there. Swan. Heckman has a trade. Holmstrom will go out the door. Ah, we don't have a young guy to put into the mentoring group. This is sad. Well, Puget is a good idea. And who's the player with the highest potential here? Antenberg, apparently. Oh yeah, sure. That's the goalkeeper. So he's temperamental. This is a bad idea. But there should be... There's the mentoring group. Well, okay. That will probably not waste his personality too much. I'm not sure here. Maybe Johan Anderson. He's balanced though. No, we'll go with Berg. Move him to the senior squad without a reason. And give him the perfectionist treatment. Here he is. So he's got no influence on the group because he's really young and not of any importance to the squad. He only gets light influence, but even if Puga influences him to some degree, that's fine. Once he loses this his temper to some degree, we will probably be better off for it. And going forward, maybe we can have some more. Well, this group is entirely useless by now. I just see that right now. Yeah, we need some young players in the squad too that can be influenced. So that's no longer part of the squad right now. It's kind of weird, but Ostrom is the youngest. We don't want him to be influenced by anyone. He's got good personality, that's fine. Turngren will go, Oderland will go, Swan will go. Ekman is 21, dictates tempo. We would need a playmaker for him to influence him. I don't want our central defenders to learn dictates tempo or something. But we can go with Hellstrom maybe for Ekman. And is there anyone else around with a fairly professional personality? Well, Baltic Blom there is. Not a good trait to have. Arsason maybe. Can dictate tempo too. That would be okay-ish. Mentoring. Gotta be careful with these things. Oh, also, there's the thing with the dribble attempt on Hell streams, so not sure if that's a good idea. Okay, let's go for an extended break. This will probably take me, I don't know, 15 to 20 minutes, but I wanna use the time frame here to get some food. And also Popple's AFK right now, so lurking mode is fine. I'll go for a break, and we'll continue the stream later on. I'll go for a break stream, and we'll continue this in hopefully 20 minutes, maybe half an hour. We'll see. Until later. Alright, here we are. So, it might have taken me a bit longer, but hopefully you're still around. Also, I got food. Didn't eat yet. I had to do some stuff on the phone too. If you want to hear a story about insurance companies, no, you don't. Seriously, nobody wants to. But yeah, that should be done for now. So, what's going on? I think we sold somebody recently. Well, we might. Coaching assignment need a rearrangement. Yes, sure. I will deal with that once coaching is nothing that needs to be, well, situated going forward. So, now we spend an additional 40 euros per week on a perfectionist that will not play. Great. Wonderful. Also, Oliver Swan is gone. Isaac Al Holmstrom will be gone. Yeah, transfers arranged, right? And overall, that should put a nice little bunch of income into our budget going forward. I think we need to wait until the transfers are through though. So he's on 12th of the 1st. Yeah. So they probably go through with the start of the transfer window. So we gotta deal with Christmas first. Okay, they want to do a recruitment meeting. That will go down well. Not. Yeah, I've been through that menu, thank you very much. There's a lot of expiring contracts. Sure. We will need to go through these. But I will do that manually, not in this menu. This needs to be fixed at some point. We don't need to reduce his price. He's already been sold. That was entirely useless. But sure. Okay. Contracts. It's part of it. So who's the most expensive? Turngren, and then there's Tillander. Now all of a sudden Tillander is our star player. At least for our level at this point. Oh, he's got an agent now. But he's on contract till 2027, so it doesn't matter. Hugo Bergman. As I said, I'd be willing to sell Bergman. But he doesn't want to leave, I think. Ytterhogdals would be open to speak to other clubs. No, these two play the same position, right? They both play on the left wing. So yeah, I'd be willing to get rid of one. I'd be willing to extend the contract of the other. And due to the personality, I think that will be Ytterhogdals. But he's highly susceptible to injury, so yeah, might retract that statement. He's below average. Isaac Holmström will leave. So for these two, I don't know. But if he plays for 15 games, he will be bound to the club till 2027. He will not, but we've got enough players in the back that can hopefully make a difference going forward. So we don't need them to remain at the club. It's more about the money at this point. Jonas Andersson, we just signed. He has a clause. I do not want to extend his contract, well, 2 days after signing one, obviously. But also, I want to reduce his wages. Malte Ekman has got a clause. Yes, I want to keep him, but, well, we might be able to reduce his wages, but I don't think so. Yeah, he wants to be an important player. To me, he's a squad player at best. Okay, let's say regular starter. And this is too much. I will not be able to negotiate him down. Hilberg, I'm willing to lose. For this season he can remain at the club. He's got an extension, so doesn't matter. Muteba, I want to keep. He's got a clause though. Alp, he's really new and he's got 2 clauses. Swan will go. Bultigard Blom we do not rely upon, but he's got a clause anyway. And that's probably true for most of them. Nila Forsell doesn't have a clause. So Nila Forsell has been a decent servant to the club so far. I'm not sure if I want to get rid of him. Probably not. Doesn't develop much. Also, he doesn't need to develop much. For me. He's a consistent performer. His progress as a box-to-box midfielder has been somewhat questionable, but nah, it's fine. It's not great, but it's fine. To me, this looks like we will be able to make do with him, right? Okay. He's also, going forward, he will probably be vice-captain once more. I don't know if he wants to. but he doesn't have a clause in his contract. 25 per week is really low for the fact that we rely on him to play box-to-box midfielder going forward. I feel he deserves a new contract anyway. Yeah, well, he does. He thinks he's an important player though, so I don't think so. I think he will be a regular starter. And he wants to earn some serious money right now. So we gotta decide about that going forward. I don't know. So 25 is what he earns right now. Let's offer him 45. Welcome back, Pobble. I hope your food was fine. That would make him a moderately well-paid member of the squad. Not sure if I want that. And he wants a lot of money all of a sudden, for my taste. I don't know, if these do not go down well. Yes, they do not. So, let's pump that loyalty bonus to 250 euros. I do not want to have this on the wage budget. He accepts it, okay. So, paying him 50 euros per week is really a lot. Yeah, it doesn't matter to him. Fine. Oh. That matters to him though. So, can we reduce that a bit? Because he will play. Okay. Well, 8 euros a game it is. Whatever. Now let's include a relegation wage drop, just because it might happen. Okay, looks like you can go to 50 here. Average wages, yes. Not for the league, for the club, right? Just a screen in finance. Let me have a look. But first, do we want to extend his contract if he plays 15 games in his final season? Sure. Ah, he doesn't want that. Okay. Okay, he doesn't want it. Good. So let's not try the other one. So, alright, Nila Fossell will be paid much better wages going forward. Well, double. But he made 24 games last season. He's somehow a cornerstone of the squad. That's a bit sad to put it like this, but he didn't outgrow the club. This kind of personnel is needed. The other ones here, Sederberg's got a clause, I think. No, he does not. But he's on a cheap contract. I don't know he will leave. I don't think he will leave. And for the other ones here, they are, I don't know, on cheap contracts, not that important, and I will not extend it just yet. What we can do though is we can look into finance as Popple suggested, and here's the wage overview. So down here, this little menu here, this is what's interesting. So the current wages are too high, but on the other hand, this is not a primary concern as long as the players develop, and we can sell them. There's 5 players that are surplus to requirements. That's I'm not sure who that is. That's the transfer listed guys. A few backup players that are much too expensive at this point. Especially the emergency backups are much too expensive, but this is down to player personalities, I think. And some of them might make it going forward into the squad. So also the advised maximum wage here is way too high, right? Let's not do this. And we can reduce the wage budget some more and increase the transfer budget. Not that it matters. I'm not gonna use that transfer budget. I'm also not gonna use the wage budget. But overall, the squad composition doesn't look good right now. And but that's more down to hierarchy in my book. Some of these players will leave. That's not good. So we need a new captain and so on. Also, I promoted Anton Berg. That's our hottest prospect to the first team. Not because I intend to play him anytime soon, but because I intend to, well, he can learn ball distribution maybe. Where is it? Yeah. But because I think that he could use with some mentoring early on. And that's the only mentoring group left now. The one with Anderson, who's a perfectionist, Puget, who could use some mentoring, and Berg. Apparently, Berg is not the one to be mentored just yet, but at least the influence on Puget is available here. And none of these have any traits, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. So hopefully he can develop, Anderson can have an influence on Puget and Berg to make them both more, well, a bit more professional and a bit more ambitious going forward. So we know that Al Holmström will be gone. There's nobody as a replacement just yet. Bob can do as a target forward though. He already played for the club. He's 23 now. We have a striker that's somewhat comparable, but we know that Bob can score. We know it from this season. He scored 13 goals in 17 matches. That was a league below though. So I'm not sure if he can do it in the first league, but overall physicals here look fine. He can play as a target forward, I think. This should be possible. So, do we want to sign him? Not sure. He's coming in. So we've got Kulovic, who is not good enough. And we've got Ishak, who's not a good finisher. But that's not why we signed him. We signed him as a target forward. Doesn't need to finish himself. Well, he will. And if I compare these two, all of a sudden, Bob doesn't look that great anymore, right? Because Ishak brings a lot to the table. And his future contract will not be that well paid. On the other hand, a second striker that can put some pressure on Ishak is not a bad idea, as long as Bob is willing to sign for low fees. Fringe player sounds good. That's fine by me. And this is outlandish. They vastly overpaid him in his last club, so I'm not willing to go there. But this is some relief to me, because Ishak probably will be able to do this job. But maybe we can develop Kulovic behind him. We had no decent striker option besides. Well, okay, we've got Tillander. But we had no decent striker option besides Al Holmström. Last season. So this season I want this to get sorted, at least to a degree. He signs for Karlsund. Well, Karlsund's out of the league, right? Or they will be. Yes, Karlsund go up. So he signs for the club that goes up, and we get 10k. Bye. When Bob's trial comes to an end, Mukunzi's trial too. He's the playmaker type. A bit, I don't know, midfielder, a general midfielder. He's Swedish. Other nationalities are Rwandan and nothing. So he's declared Rwandan, plays for them in the national team. He could do as an emergency register, I think, but it's more likely that we need to play him as a Metzala, for example. This is not bad. It's not good either, though, and I'm not sure if I want to spend serious money on something like this. As a fringe player, yeah, sure, 40, no. So, not going there. He's gone. And now probably somebody will be really upset. Because we sold our best striker. I forgot about that. But that might happen. But that makes it all of them that are gone from the squad. Our best players as well. But yeah. Hopefully we can fight bravely against relegation and avoid it going forward with the player material that's left. Or maybe we spend some money going forward for a central defender, for example. It would be a good idea. I'm also inclined to sign Melander, despite all the shortcomings. Yes, that's a 29-year-old, and he's well, in decline somewhat. But that's not an end to not a situation to end your football career. And he was willing to sign for I think 70 last time. So maybe I'll get him down to 55 or something. And then we'll have some options in midfield. Not great, well, he's 30 now. Not great options, but some options. And I feel like this is a player that at least can play a nice pass from time to time. He's also a consistent performer, apparently. And I really want to improve the personality of the squad, so this is really the old guys that I'm signing now, right? But I want him in the squad at some point. Yeah, he's already down to 55. I'll do this. Let's try 40. It's a bit hard, but let's try 40. Okay. I'll go with 45 because I'll never get him down to 40 anyway. And 2 years. 2 years. No, let's make it with a clause. That's better. Doesn't want that. Something like this. This he accepts, okay. Okay. That's not too bad, right? This doesn't work though, okay. So now we will need to look if we can... I've had this guy in eyesight for, I don't know, 2 years. Should have signed him earlier, maybe. Or not at all. Okay, that's better. So, no relegation wage drop because, well, doesn't matter. Now we've got an additional midfielder in our arsenal who can play here. And he's also capable to play some penetrating passes and play in the other positions from time to time. That's not too bad. Because as an emergency regista he will do. He's got some decent vision, passing and technique, and the rest of it, well, is somewhat fine. He's lacking in weight and strength overall. Generally for a midfielder, that's he's a bit lacking there. But on the mental side, he's average, I think. Playing him as a Metzala is not a great choice due to the lack of physicals. But it doesn't look like we play with Metzala anyway. Playing him as a box-to-box might not be a good choice either. Strength and positioning are a bit weird. To be perfectly honest, I'm not sure what he will play going forward, but he can drop in for some of the players that are available, and that's enough for me. Also, tutoring, and this time I will keep the players at the club that have a fairly professional personality. So now we only need a young prospect that needs to be mentored, right? And, well, there's not that many available right now, but we've got the mentors for it. So general personality of the squad should improve with this. Or let's not say improve, it should it tend to more professional personalities. Also, we sold, with Turngren, we sold one personality, well, one fairly professional player, even though I didn't want to. And we will probably lose 2 other players due to the lack of improvement in training facilities at the end of the next season. Yes, they can go. But we made no new promises. Here it is. So this is really bad, because this is Ytterhogdal and Muteba. Both of them are good players, in my book. I don't want to lose either of them. And we cannot talk to him about it. Okay. There's new signings. Maybe it's a good idea if Gustav Åström goes and talks to them. I forgot who Andersen is, to be honest. Who's Gustav Andersen? Jonas Andersen. Oh, that's a perfectionist. Yeah, okay, sure. Welcome him to the club. Not that it matters much, but yeah. So that should fix the stuff in the midfield to some degree. Probably, well, I'm not sure if this is good management. None of them have great potential, but I'm willing to go through a season of like this, and maybe some of them can be good players going forward, or decent players for this league. There's also some potential left in the squad, right? We still have Ekman in the squad, for example, who's 21. And at some point, some of the youth players will need to come up and do stuff in the first team. I'd rather have a fairly professional, strictly average squad to include some youth players than a squad where I need to trade a player away every season. So some sort of stable, I don't know, a stable foundation. This league will not change much going forward. It will not become much stronger, I think. Yeah. And if it does, we will need to adapt, but not right now. I don't think it's worth offering him a contract. Well, we did, though. We did. There is also the option that we really groom him. Well, I mean, he's 30, right? But that doesn't make it impossible that he can learn to play an additional role. And he has most of what's needed for a register. So this sounds a bit weird, but we might groom the 30-year-old into a register that will remain at the club and dictate play from deep. Yes, as every season. Yes. Well, we will know going forward. I don't know now. Let's see. They will come in anyway at some point. I don't want to look for it right now. I'm not sure which one of the second league clubs came down. Sure, I could go into the leagues, but I don't know if they end up in our league or in the sister league. This is split in north-south, I think. But yeah, it will be a professional club most likely that came down. And that's always the case here. Fine. So we're missing coaching categories. Okay. He's a physio. For some reason he does goalkeeping coaching. Oh, did we lose? We did lose the director of football, did we? Okay. Cool. Nils Bakken, now as assistant manager for cheap wages. 9-7 tactical possession training. Yeah. I don't know how that's no good. Okay. So Nils Bakken can do 3 training categories. Afterwards it drops off, right? Yes. He can do 3. So this is all 2-star. This is decent. I think Nils Bakken might have been the one to do the physical stuff though. His strength is attacking. Also mental. No. Yeah, he can do these two. It's not great, but he can. Then we have Molskred here, who is a really bad coach overall. But I think he's on a... Well, he's a steal. Doesn't earn money. Okay, so he can do technical possession training. And now all of a sudden there's just goalkeeping to be done. And fitness. So my avatar here, Enzo Vrancic, is by no means a good coach. Especially not in fitness. Neither is he. Yeah, I don't know. So his best category is probably... No. He can do some of the 2-star stuff here. Oh. He's a really good fitness coach though. Forget about everything. For some reason... That is weird. Okay. I'm not sure how this works and why the second thing is... It's got the same attributes, it should be the same. I'm not sure, maybe determination influences quickness training more than... That's new to me though. Anyway, so if we assign it like this... This will be worse. Yeah, let's look for another coach, or maybe we do it like this, and they will complain for a while, and at some point my avatar will learn. He's on a coaching course right now, but overall this doesn't look too bad, with the exception of the goalkeeping coaching. This is really bad, so we need a goalkeeping coach. But where's the wages? This is better. Right now. This looks somewhat decent. We can deal with this amount of budget going forward. This will make us a few €100 a month in, well, difference compared to last season. Now we need a goalkeeping coach that's cheap. Cool. We got a coaching spot though, yes. Where is it? Training... No, it's staff. Yeah, actually we got 2 spots open. Because we removed an assistant manager and a coach, and we found somebody that works as an assistant manager for us. So 2 coaching spots. And to be perfectly honest, now we can look at somebody for a while that doesn't want to get paid very well. Might be a former player, might be someone else. We don't care. We just want a coach. And we want him to be cheap. And then we can look if that guy improves the... Well, we can look for somebody, for a specialist now, that can improve not overall coaching, but in one discipline. Say, so I'm just gonna go there and do this. Okay, this is bad. But this would be a decent goalkeeping coach, right? Where is it? As a goalkeeping coach, he would do. Joachim Olsson. He will not be willing to sign for 9 euros. He wants 200, so I have no interest in signing him. But someone might be available at some point. I don't know. What does he earn? 10 euros. He's fairly loyal. He's an attacking coach. That would be this or that. Can he make it to 2 stars? Probably, yes. Most likely. So with that he can reduce the load on the other coaches. But he wants 170 euros. And this is how we will go about this. Look at this guy. Defending coaching 12. Spirited. Norwegian. Good mentals. He wants much too much money. Great. You are not the one. How about you? Not that great of a coach, but... well, he only wants 65. So that's something. I'm not gonna do that. I want to find somebody who's really underpaid. This is also too high for my taste. These are loan managers. No. He gets paid 15 euros per week. And we can see why. That's only a sum of 21 for the mentals. I'm not convinced here. But... so, let's say we go with defending coaching here. Will that be enough for a 2-star rating? Not sure. There was an online calculator somewhere. I'm gonna look it up now. It was hosted on GitHub or something. Where is it? Well, that's not what I was looking for, but this works too. So, in this case here, we got somebody with defending 7, tackle coaching 5, attacking 5, fitness coaching is 2, goalkeeping or might be. But this is an old calculator that I use here. It's not even great, but doesn't matter much. Mental? Oh yeah, 5 here. There it is. Technical is also 5. And then there's determination and motivation. Okay, so according to this internet calculator, he can do defending trading on 2 stars. For some reason. No. Yeah, okay, he's too expensive anyway. But we will find somebody at some point. Tim Glad, not good. And it's usually down to a good sample of mental attributes and really bad coaching attributes. But it doesn't matter. Mental attributes might make up for it. This guy. Not this guy. So, yeah, we're trying to steal somebody, basically. This is also good. He's an amateur. No. He's unambitious. I don't want him in the squad. Yeah, might be one of the players at some point that improves training. So, but for goalkeeping coaching, we could use an improvement really. Who's in the U19? No, it's with staff probably. So we have one performance analyst, one coach, and the manager. So he's a U19 coach. He's not a good goalkeeping coach. Let's not do that. The performance analyst here is not a good coach at all. I don't know why he's around, to be honest. I think he is on a really low contract and we need a performance analyst for something. And then there's the manager itself, himself, whatever. This is... As a goalkeeping coach, I would accept him, but he's fine down in the U19. It's okay. Is there additional staff at the club? Probably. There's always the chance to go about it this way. The performance analyst is really bad. I don't want him to be a secondary goalkeeping coach. No, but remember, how was his name? We released him. There was a player that wanted to be director of football. Our director of football left. Our director of football was... I'm not sure if that was a good decision. Transfer history, where is it? Oh. That's a nice plot. That's all transfers this season. Interesting. But there is... This is not for the staff, right? No. I don't remember the name of the guy. Oh, well, I'm not sure if I was aware of that one. Yeah. That's a similar, yeah, that's a similar one. To be fair, the calculation's rather easy to implement. It's just some sort of aggregate function. It aggregates the attributes and maps it to a single rating. So just that. It's not that hard. But I'm not aware of the staff I was looking for that was director of football for us. It's not like he did anything anyway. goalkeeping coaches though. So let's say we're really annoyed by this and want a goalkeeping coach under all circumstances. Yeah, that's the best we have to offer. Okay, what does he want to earn? Nope. Let's go to the other end, just for funsies. Mayo Blunstrand. He's fairly pro. He would work for 50 euros a week. Okay. I was not aware. I was aware that something like this exists, but I wasn't aware. Oh, he thinks he's U19 goalkeeping coach. Yeah, sure. He's still a player, maybe. Well, as a goalkeeping coach, he would not be great. Sure. No. I really think Blanistrand. No, not Blanistrand. What's his name? Sederberg. I think Sederberg should do this. He's the best we have at this point. I'd even pay him the 60 because he's a player along the way. And he wants to be nothing but player going forward. That's a problem. Yeah, doesn't want to be. We also have two trials that are moderately interesting. Gustafsson and Lincoln. Lincoln as a goalkeeper, but he was much too expensive last time we checked, even though he went way down with his wage requirements. And Gustafsson is, I think, the ball-winning midfielder we had a look at, who was really decent. I don't want to sign too many expensive players in midfield, though. And I think Gustafsson was balanced personality. His form doesn't look great, as you see. I mean, not as it that it matters much. Yeah. He's gone. We sold him for 2.3k. Fine. And Forsell has a new contract as a regular starter. This is fine by me. If he doesn't make it, well, let's see. I think he will. Gustafsson. Yes, this was a ball-winning midfielder. Okay, he's fairly loyal. So disregard that. He looks decent as a ball-winning midfielder, though. And that's probably reflected by his wage demands. Yes, he wants to be star player here. So let's say he's important player all of a sudden. Sure. Nah. No way. Not for a midfielder. Well, also not for anyone else in this squad. And him, I really want to sign him. But again, yes, he could be important player for us. I would accept that. And no, I would not accept that. I think he went down as much as 220 recently. But not recently, no. So I'm aware of Lolusho. I'm aware of second yellow card. Well, I think I was aware prior to being reminded of second yellow card. Let me put it that way. I'm obviously aware of Sealand. He found a niche that I didn't know existed. In a way. And who am I also aware of? There's what's the name of the one that played with Luz? with Lewis FC. But he works for Sports Interactive now. He doesn't do much. I'm not sure if he does much streaming anymore. He works for them now. I forget the name. It's one of the earlier ones. I watched him a lot. That's a Brit, I think. Classic football fan in a way. Okay. Yeah, with this club, it's scouting is basically zero. That's just how it is. And we can ramp that up once there's some money to be had. I don't know. To me it's fun, but I can certainly see that at some point it's no longer funny to look for money all the time. Yeah, and we did that a lot. And to be fair, we signed some of these, so we have a chance. Also, one of the signings was that we got in through trial, that we expected absolutely nothing of, was Mr. Warwick. And Mr. Warwick will be he will be on the pitch from time to time going forward. But now we need to get through the entire preseason and so on. So this is probably me sitting out 3 months on stream. Who's Baron's son, by the way? Oh, it's this guy. Yes, so with him I think he's fast. He's really fast. And he lacks in for the rest of it. Some of the rest is seriously lacking. Reminds me of Da Silva in a way, but Da Silva has decent crossing. That said, I would be willing to sign him on a really low-grade contract. Breakthrough prospect is fine, yes. What did I just say? Hi, welcome back. All of a sudden I'm friend now. That's nice. Thank you very much. Yeah, sure. Now that you mention it, I also might have looked at Bastanet at some point. There's a lot of Football Manager streamers over the years, and I feel it's a bit similar to big stocks, in a way. They come and go. There's only some that are around for a long time. For example, Leloucho has been around for a long time, I think, and I'm not aware of the details there, but I think it has to do something with family situation for him. And was it his son who was autistic or something? I don't know. I don't want to be condescending or anything, but yeah, that certainly has an influence on him being in that job, because he can be at home and I don't know, or it might. Honestly, I've never had contact with the guy, so. Yeah, but for the others, they outgrow streaming at some point, I think, from time to time, or they grow tired of it, or I don't know, just get another job. Maybe it's also really tiresome to play Football Manager for the 5th year in a row. There's not many people that are willing to do that, and within the same game there's only so much you can do. Yes. So in that sense, you gotta be better quality if you want to succeed in that industry, or I don't know. There's Football Manager streamers are a dime a dozen probably. That's at least if you open Twitch, you can go there and pick anyone. There's a lot of streamers. There's always somebody streaming Football Manager. It's not nothing that's really exciting to find a streamer. So this might take a while. And the camera might lag. At some point I'll buy new hardware. That's one good thing about the day job that's coming up. I'll buy new hardware. Is it the same with watching? So once you're on a break, no watching Football Manager either? By the way, Soldier, let me know if you have I don't know, questions or want to wrap up or something. What's been going on? But we're in winter right now. It's all under a 50-foot cover of snow or something. Yes, that's true. But at least it doesn't disconnect like the other software does. This is down to me running this on a 2500K, an i5 processor that has, I think it's 13 years old. I didn't expect that to happen anytime, but total of 9.31K in membership fees. Great. We face a tax bill of 3.5K because we made taxable profits. Sponsorship deals. Well, this is the same, and this is basically the same, and this is the same. We've got a new scouting budget. I don't care. We will not pay scouting budget for first division. Even. It's 350 per month. Definitely not. Yes. Yes, I am. Well, not all of it is a tech museum, right? But, this probably tells you a lot about me, but, I'm... By now, I've grown not so fond of depreciating assets, and I'm more the guy to take the money and invest it into appreciating assets. So, but streaming is well, one of my hobbies by now, I guess. It's something I like to do, and buying some new hardware is probably appropriate at this point, so I will do that. But first, day job, and then afterwards I will look into buying hardware and paying the electricity bill that this hardware uses up. most of these will go. It's weird to have him in the club finally. Now I always forget who he is. But sure, he's the perfectionist mentor. What? He plays as a right wing back? Nah, he's just mentoring the other guys. He doesn't play. Come on, man, move to Sweden. His Swedish is already basic from spending trial time at the club. And again, he's willing to go into talks. That's much lower. But it's still not good enough. He will definitely remain on the short list. Konrad Gustafsson, I'm not so sure. The other one, Lincoln, is fairly professional. I want him on the short list. And yeah, I want to get him. Jonathan Jorge. Is he still on a 30 per week? Who's learning fast? The guy with the that wanted 180, Lincoln? Yeah. He will come around at some point because there's nobody else available. No, or there's nobody else that wants him right now. So either he will hang up the boot, and we will miss out on him and his great capabilities, or he will reduce his wage demand, and we just gotta find the sweet spot in time. Because nobody else wants him. Now, there's always the risk that another club comes and poaches him. But it's the same way with Puget. Puget wanted a contract for, I don't know, 300 euros a week. And at some point he was happy with a non-contract for 6 euros. That was when we signed him and gave him this adhesion contract that he runs with right now. Or I don't know, I'm not sure how much it was, but he earns 15 euros per week now, and plays for Ytterhogdals, and he's very happy to be a young prospect, even though he was educated at a big club. So he is a fairly pro, and this is all we signed him for, probably somewhat. He's a backup option for us. He's much too expensive as a backup option, but if I extend his contract going forward, it will be for cheap, hopefully. We did that with Hellström too, and he's fairly pro. So we can shape squad personality a bit. This is also one way to go about it, by the way. I could have done that with that save. If you start a new save, sure, you can just get players in that are really bad or moderately bad, you don't care, and put them in, get a squad that has a decent personality, and then start to teach the young guys to get an appropriate personality and sell them. And that's fun too. Or the other way around. Use every single casual, temperamental, mercenary player in the world and try to do something with them. Transfer windows are not that long, I think. It's surprisingly short for the amount of time that this club spends in training. to win. That's an outlandish statement. Oh, so he came into the club and first and foremost he got worse. Sure. Not that bad. Okay, well, with the exception of the physicals. But I will train him as a register. Why not? I think this is something he can do, and he might not play there though. But technique maybe, ball control. Actually, let's go with free kicks. And Benson's trial finished. Alright. This cleans the club of trialists. And there's an English player in the squad. An Englishman. Who's fluent in English and Swedish apparently. So how do the fans react so far? Not well. Okay. There it is. Okay, no, he doesn't want to talk to us just yet. Anton Ishak will come in. Rino Dobrak. Dobrak it is. So, Rino Dobrak is a great young prospect. He's already 22 though. He wants to be important. Look at that clause. No, Rino. I will not do that, sorry. Ariel Masunda. I still think we should sign this guy. Just for the personality. But we'll have to wait. I don't think he's a good improvement for central defense. He just left, I think. Yes, he's... Ah, we offered for him. Sure. He might come in, he might not. He's 20. On a good contract. Not a chance. We need a central defender. That's worthwhile. I think this is the weak spot right now. There are other weak spots, obviously. But we need a central defender. That's really good. Like him? There's a lot of ones though. It's concerning. Elfsborg. Oh, that's Premier Division. The chairman must be very happy, yes. We sold a lot of players. How's Club Finance doing? Oh, we're at 47k right now. And that's not due to player sales, that's just sponsorship. So, 32 here, 23 here, 41 here. This is the highest we went. This is the highest we went, finance-wise. And with the player sales, hopefully we can finance well, part of the following season. So we might just keep some of that cash actually going forward. Now we just need to redo it all over again for 2 or 3 seasons, and afterwards we can afford a training center. Or we go up. Once we go up, we can also afford a training center. Seriously though, this guy doesn't look too bad, right? Composure is really bad. The bunch of ones basically tell us he will not improve at all. But he's pacey. Jumping reach and strength are decent. The chairman, yeah. He will probably diversify it though and not invest in a training center. He will buy, I don't know, FTSE All World or something, just to have it diversified. I'm not aware of Swedish. Well, that's a lie. I'm only moderately aware of Swedish investment opportunities. I think there is something called an Aktiensparekonto or something. So it's this is denoted in Swedish krona, I think. And there's the possibility to invest in classic UCITF ETFs. Yeah, the chairman will probably have both at this point. I don't know, do I want to? Oh, he's fairly suspicious to injuries. So we need a better central defender. But something that came to mind immediately was we need a young one that we can tutor. Because Voltigord Blom is there to tutor somebody. And he doesn't look bad either. Well, jumping reach and strength are a bit lacking, but he might grow into it. What's with age? He's Irish. Great. Well, he will not be the one. Leuenberg. I have no idea who this is. He's a Swede. Sure. Apparently Adolfsson. It's not a good name as a German though. I'm not sure if I want to pronounce it every single time. Adam Hellström. This is not good. But he's 19-year-old, he's fairly professional. This guy's got potential, maybe. Where does he come from? Maybe not. This is a new gen. Well, sure, but new gen by a small club. But these traits are totally fine. Left-footed is fine. He can play defensive midfield, which is fine. What's the problem with him? His heading is bad. I don't care. His acceleration is a bit bad. Not worse than our current central defenders though. His marking is really bad, but he's 19. He might learn. So, are we willing to offer some money for this guy? Breakthrough prospect is good. Ha! Sure. Sure, man, sure. As a breakthrough prospect, you can go on a non-contract all day. We will need to renegotiate that contract in about a week, though. So, let's do something like this. Apparently, we are already so close to an agreement. Come on, man. Don't be like that. Yeah, exactly. All of a sudden, we're signing 19-year-olds for a central defender position. I have no idea when we became aware of this, and when he was scouted, and why he wasn't suggested to us. But if I look at this, yes, this isn't wonderful, but this is acceptable for our league level. The marking and heading are bad, yes. But he overall, he doesn't look that bad, right? This might be a decent signing, especially due to the personality. We are hopeful that he develops into something. Is there a second one of this type? So now we got a choice to make. Who will go? And, well, I think it might be Viden at this point. Because Viden doesn't match the squad personality that we have in our head. And he's the oldest. Or Hagedal, I don't know. So one of them might leave. So Adolfsson, I just had a look at. It's really, it's not so much about the name. It's the bunch of ones that are concerning to me. The rest is decent, but physicals are lacking. I don't think so. Petrini, no idea. He was with AIK though, so if he comes in for trial, we will probably sign him just due to the fact that he's well educated. Mazic. Brosieux. That's a name. Let me put it that way. For 20-year-olds, we've got a lot of time to get them in on trial. Funnily enough, the one I'm trying to sign right now is rated C, because his heading is really bad. Yeah. Yeah. For anyone not aware, seeing this in Germany, 1 is the best grade in, well, at least in some schools. There's also some sort of point system, and we are, I think, as watchers here, we are aware that there is also a rating A to F or something. Is this American style? I think it's American style. But there's a lot of different systems around the world, I think, for this. And one's more crap than the other, I guess. With Rupia Ellis joining the club, wow. He's got balanced personality, but overall this looks good. Might be able to outrun his mental and technical failures. Yes, this is decent. Problem is we cannot sign a player that is an important player and have him being mentored by the fairly professional guys. So I don't want to introduce another important player that is balanced personality. I've had enough of balanced personalities, really. We enjoy a small reputation boost. Where did that come from? Okay, now we need to be careful not to sign too many players. But in that case, I was willing to go for it. By the way, we can also do it the other way around. So I might not be aware of some players that have professional personality or something. Maybe there's someone that we definitely want to sign. Not position specific though, just for the personality. So let's have a look. No professional players known, this is great. Nobody? Well, we've got one on the shortlist, right? That doesn't make much sense. And there's a few players that are fairly pro that we are aware of. So Helmström we're just trying to sign. Kevin Eriksson. He's got really bad anticipation though. He wants to be first choice goalkeeper. No. Michael Peters. I'm somewhat aware of this guy, yes, I remember him. We had him on trial, I think, and with these attributes I don't want him in the club. Then there's Paul Coleman. I do not want to sign this guy. And then Ormsby. Wow. This is the definition of a poacher, probably. Acceleration and finishing, and that's about it. He's 17 though. But anyway, not one for our club. Maybe as a Metzala, I don't know. He's on a €6 per week contract, yeah. But not right now. Okay. No additional. Well, we could look for Spirited, right? Yeah, let's do that. Where's Spirited? Here's Spirited. Isaac Augustsson. This is new to me. Where does he come from? Well, that's 4th league. From a 4th league club. But for some reason they let him go. A 19-year-old. Why? I have no idea. Because with Spirited and Determination 16, he's also unflappable. Oh, I need a personality calculator. This is, I don't know if this is cheating, doesn't matter to me. So, he's a regen. I think we're quite aware of that. He's a Spirited... Where is it? There it is. He's just unflappable. And he's got a whopping 16 points of determination. This implies ambition 1 to 20, loyalty 11 to 20, pressure 15 to 16, professionalism 11 to 17, sportsmanship 5 to 14, temperament 15 to 20, that's a good thing, and controversy 1 to 14. In other words, this guy has great personality, just lacking a bit of ambition. This is a wonderful addition to the squad. And, well, personality-wise. Now, let's have a look. He's more of a defender, right? This is more of a ball-winning midfielder, maybe. On the other hand, he's got the dribbling, so going forward, he might as well develop into a box-to-box. He's not great at it, but I think he can develop into something. Breakthrough prospect. Let's make it future. I don't want to play you too much. Don't tell me not to sign him. It's too late. 1 year only though. Well, okay. Why is there no... Oh, there is no relegation wage drop clause because, well, you know. Fine. We got another player in. This is what happens if I look for young players. And these are probably better than what I sold, what I bought on the old player market that are more around my age. But well, we can always put out get some players out on loan, right? Just go away, whatever. Wage budget is probably a bit higher right now, but some of that will get reduced going forward. How long is it? 2 weeks to go. Yeah, it's not like they are all around us, right? So this is the new season. Finally, let's have a look into the old one. Financially, that is. So I maybe it ends in December. Not sure. Sponsorship deal was the same to the last Euro. No, this should be fine. I don't think there's an additional cost. This is new season already. You see it? Okay. So yeah, new season. This is new season already. Alright, so basically this last month here is still an old season, whatever. So we can compare these numbers already. Sponsorship deal is exactly the same to the last Euro. The grants here, these are the grants, I don't know, by the farmers probably, not sure. It will remain on the same level probably. Fundraising, probably same level too. And then there's a lot of stuff here that isn't accounted for just yet, because player sales will trickle in throughout the next months. And we will definitely surpass the 5k here. Other, yes, that will remain the same probably. Expenditure. So last season we spent 31k on player wages and 26k on staff wages. This will go down. Definitely. Look at this. This month we paid 900 euros on staff wages so far. The month's barely well, it's almost over. I was missing the word. Almost it is. Almost over. We halved the wage budget for the staff just by firing some personnel. Sure, goalkeeping coaching we need to do at some point, but running this club on a bare minimum budget might earn us 10 to 12k a season. Not too shabby. The rest of it really doesn't matter much. Scouting cannot be like this for another season, so we'll keep it like it is. And other expenses. Last month apparently we had other expenses for... this is taxes. This is taxes, I remember it. For some reason it's not included. This is the additional tax bill later on. What the hell? Yeah, we faced additional taxes for 3.5k. Oh, and the goals have been revamped. Now that some of the players are gone, we just need to avoid relegation, and this is fine by me. With the other players, they wanted a mid-table finish. But luckily for us, we got rid of them, and now we just need to avoid relegation. And I think we can do that with this squad. And build some momentum on the way. There's also some benefit to improvements in personality, right? Because for every professional player with good pressure, or resistance to pressure, I guess, we can be more demanding in team talks going forward. And I would really love not to do encourage 5 times a match. I want to demand more at home. Where's my chocolate? There it is. So maybe we can do that? Yeah, our home stream has a new record of average rating. Okay. Match officials got worse. It's the way it is. It's just the way it is. Good friend of mine, well, former good friend of mine, I say at this point. I still like him, but not in contact anymore. Always told me, if you like to sing, you should probably learn it at some point. I did not. So, sorry about that. So, squad planner. Who is he? Will he come in? Oh yeah, we offered a contract, okay. Things happened here. Not the ones I'm happy with though. Let's just wait and get rid of everyone we don't think is appropriate in there at some point. Alaba signs another 1-year deal with Real Madrid. What age is he at this point? 40? There he comes. Björnsson. Yeah, sure. As a future breakthrough prospect, whatever. We'll play him the odd game. And now... now, we have somebody for the mentoring group. Yeah, okay. So we had Berg in here, but where is he? No. He's not in yet, right? We just signed him. He's in the U19. Of course he is. Now we can put him with the professionals, or the perfectionist in this case. No. No estimated effect from group? This gotta be wrong. Why not? Doesn't make sense. Maybe he considers his ability to be superior. Yeah, it looks that way. No effect from group. Well, in that case, go away. You don't do much. "13 days to go. 13 days and they will be gone and we will have some new players. Overall, that's too many, by the way. This always happens to me. I don't know. But say 22 players or something like this should be enough, right? Replacement at every position. Okay, 23 with the additional goalkeeper. So, first match apparently is against Ytterhogdals IK. Oh, this means that this has been updated. Great. Gefle didn't make it up. Who's new? Ytterhogdals came back up. Haninge, Luela, Ytterhogdals IK might be new. No, they are not. Mortala, I'm not aware of that club. Is there some weird sort of shaking things up going on? These three were in the league. Solentuna was in the league, Smetby was in the league. What's this? They came up. This is a wonderful club. The logo is really bad. Well, not that pretty. But I like the club colors a lot. If this were the other way around, I would probably apply for a job in management immediately. They also have a senior affiliate for some reason. I have no idea about this club, by the way. Doesn't matter much. It's just about the kit colors to me. Okay, can we... I don't know who came down. Lunds? Lunds was in this league. It's a professional club. Luelo? No. Haninge? Also no, they went down and then went back up as first. So they are back in the league. Karlstadt was not one league above. They've been in the league for a while. Hammarby isn't. Gefle was around last season. Dalkurd. I think we do not have an introduction from the upper league this season. This means that the sister league will probably have 2. That would have been much easier. They were up at some point, but not these days. They went up. They went up. They went down. This is an introduction to our league level that went down. GAIS, whatever that is. Lindköping, they went down and back up. This also looks like a sleeping giant to me. Norby. And there's the other one, yes. Östers IF. They went down too this season. So yeah, there's actually some sort of resorting going on. Apparently. Due to I guess geographic proximity. So some of the clubs that played us last season will be in the south right now. And apparently 2 clubs went down that belong to the south department. So given that we're in the north department for some weird reason, because if you look at it, Ytterhogdal is in the middle of Sweden, definitely more south than north, but maybe there's nothing up north in Sweden, I don't know. Yeah, we got lucky. No introduction from top. This means we need to go up this season with that player base. I don't know. Sure. I don't think he will have an easy time settling in though. But we'll try to give him a good time with that. So hierarchy-wise, this will get revamped again. And at some point I want to keep one player. And it will probably be Tillander, who is not a natural leader at all. So, yeah. No leadership course in the world will change that. With leadership free, Tillander will not make it as a leader of the squad. So, who's gonna be the leader going forward? Stolt? No. Viden? No. Swan's not around. Tillander will be there, but he's not a leader. Bergman? Seriously? Leadership 6? Probably not. We could use a captain. Anderson maybe, he's got leadership 20, so why not? But that would imply that we play him, and I really do not want to do that. What did I do? Yeah, nobody will understand. I have no idea what you're talking about. I've always been leader of this club and it came natural to me, so everybody can do it if I can do it. To be a bit more serious about it, Zetterberg maybe. But the problem is, Anderson will be pissed if he's not captain with leadership 20. Yes, he's new to the club. Yes, he's a backup member. He's also the kind of guy you want as a captain, personality-wise. Perfectionist as a captain is just fine. But on right back, we really got options now. There will be another one in addition that comes in. He's a consistent performer even. Why is he so bad? Why? If he could improve just 1 or 2 points everywhere, he would be really decent. I'm gonna play him for the personality. Doesn't matter. Maybe he can play some good matches. And I'll make him captain. Captain will not be around most of the matches. I don't know. Isn't. Whatever. Zetterberg will be vice captain. I think we sold both of ours, right? Turngren and Oliver Swan. So it's not like a former captain can complain. They're both gone now and doesn't matter. Good part about this though is, the good part is, finally there's no 19-year-old that's club captain. Yeah. Wait for it. I'll make him do it. Seriously, I'll make him do it. I'll do this just for you. I'll play the perfectionist, like, every game, as long as he's match fit. And, well, sharpness, obviously. I'll get him close to jaded whenever I can. And he will improve. If he's got any potential left in him, he will improve. He didn't play this league just yet. So this is a bold statement for a 27-year-old, right? Let's try this. Who cares about Moreira da Silva and Khalili? And the other guy that comes in behind him, yeah, he's better skill-wise. He can have the odd game. But we've got a choice with right wing back. We can play whoever we want there. There's no first team player available. Nobody was signed, I think, and promised to play the first team. So nobody will complain. Or if they do, out the door they go. I'm happy to sell. might have given that impression by now. It's weird though, to you probably. The standards I have with player signings, because I don't go for quality all the time, right? Quality is, to me, is often personality driven. I'm willing to wait for some development there. But let's have a look through the squad going forward. Because I want to revamp the image. That's some sort of long-term project, sure. Yeah, he's on contract, I realize. Anderson should be captain. I tend to agree, yes. But we can do that once, well, in 12 days, to be precise. Okay, so there's stuff to be done. First and foremost, fixtures not yet ready, but we will have friendlies. I want... we will not have friendlies though at this point of the season. We will have friendlies somewhere around here. And for the remainder of time, you will have to do well to entertain me. Because my computer will take some time processing all of this stuff. Also, with respect to training, we should probably make sure that training is appropriate for what we're trying to achieve this season. And given that a push for promotion is not that likely with this composition of players, maybe go for defense all of a sudden. I don't know. I don't want to train in defending for all of them. But physical training is a complete waste of time. We don't have a coach that does well physical training. So and for the rest of it, it's 2-star in all of them. Just not the goalkeepers. But who cares about goalkeepers anyway? They either bring the skill to the pitch or yeah. Sure, this is what it's all about. You are here to entertain me, isn't it? All of you. There's a lot of lurkers in the stream. For the stream. I recognize some names. Twitch doesn't count those though. They probably muted me like 6 hours ago. Okay. 6 hours and 5 minutes ago. And didn't watch single screen. So yeah. Bangtson is 17 now. This is great. Can he also train? We didn't assign training for the youth intake. Oh, Chris, what are you doing? What are you doing? So he's 17 right now. He can retain his youth contract though. Let's give him some long throws. They proposed a friendly. Sandvikens. We would earn 500 euros. This is really nice. Well entertained. I have no idea, man. I have no idea. But thanks for challenging me. I'll do my best. Which is not enough, probably, but I'll try. With this team, it'll be really hard. At least there's nobody around that complains about the training facilities this time. But, yeah, that'll be a challenge. That said, defense might be better. Isn't it? Like, where is he? We got a 19-year-old fairly professional coming in. And we might sell one of the central defenders. That doesn't fit the squad personality. So either Viden or Hagedal. Or Vic Burke at that point. No, but Viden is probably the better choice. On the other hand, Hagedal didn't improve much either. But that jumping reach, I really do not want to sell this. 19? Yeah, I just had a look at him. Vic Burke is well-rounded. I'm not impressed by him, but he's 23, he might develop at some point. Viden? 16 points of jumping reach is really good though, right? But he's a bit slow, and 30-year-old. And Boltegard Blom is just in the squad for a personality at this point. We've got a young guy who will replace him, but that jumping and strength are really good too. He scored 4 goals last season. Do you remember? I think the board wanted something from us. What was it again? Let us have a look. So there's some sort of vision. Oh, yes, it was the board. Look at this. High pressing tempo football. They don't care about possession anymore. Oh, okay, that's good. So basically, we need to press. We need to press and we need to play a high tempo. Okay, I can deal with that. We can do that. Make the most of set pieces. Let's have a look though. Yeah, so the best corner taker is the old guy that we signed for too much money. Will he be on the pitch all the time? Probably not. So corner taking will be a problem. Same for the left side, by the way. Harry Warwick has corner taking 8 though. So congratulations, Harry. Is he back with the club? He's back with the club. I don't think we have any rivals. That's our rivals. Our rivals are probably the mooses. I don't know what the plural is. Or the our rivals are, or I don't know, potato bugs or however they are called in English. That's probably our rivals at this point. So yeah. That's really condescending. I'm sorry. I'm just making fun. But I don't think we have any rivals because nobody thinks we're worthy as a rival. Let's have a look. If you live in Ytterhogdal and see this at some point, please let me know. Who are the rivals? A friendly against an English club. Who would that be? I don't know. We can play Manchester United. Doesn't matter, right? Nah, seriously though, we will arrange a few friendlies. So here's the proposal here. When is this? Saturday. Why do you not make it Sunday? Okay. So if they have a friendly here, we can probably arrange one here against, for example, Hazelhorn, because they must accept this friendly. We sold a player to them, so might as well do it. And maybe a week prior to that, I'm not aware. When does the league start? Go away. Yeah. League starts 11th of April. So that means 11th of April. That means we have another friendly here. And we can have one here, yes. Torslanda also have to accept this. Great. Thank you for buying players from us. And the other one we will need to arrange in a week. Because the menu doesn't allow it just yet. And I'm painfully aware that we will not earn anything from these friendlies, but we will try. A friendly against an English club will probably not happen though. I'll look into it, just for you. And then we will find out that they want, I don't know, 50k to arrive here. And that we will have exactly 0 earnings from it. So, no. We can play our English youth players though. Does that count? That's a way to lose money too. Play the own youth. Oh, there's a lot of players joining Ytterhogdals IK here. And a few might go out. Just for shits and giggles, by the way, I should probably ask the chairman to upgrade the training facilities. I think it's appropriate at this point. We're some 40k in the black, and we will sell some players. Yeah. Moose meat sausages or elks. I don't know. What's probably none of the two are natural inhabitants of Ytterhogdal. I have no idea. I also am not aware what kind of agriculture they do up there. Might be that agriculture is, I don't know, cows. probably really fluffy cows. This looks good. Will it continue to look like this? Probably not. But overall, look at this. It did get better. Didn't become great, but it did get better. Okay. What did I want? I promised I would try to arrange a friendly against an English club. Well, try to. I'll invite one. That's foreign clubs. Saint Laurent. It's not English, but well, Rochester might do, right? Look, we can pay 52k and have an income of 500 euros. Want me to do it? Man. Can we go for them? Board will not sanction it now. None of this matters. So I want the 12 to be over. And then we can talk about training. Yeah, I thought so. Well, this is the way it is. He's more suited to U19 football, I'm aware. Painfully. This might also do, actually. We may try to train him as a pressing forward. Nah, whatever. Anton Berg can become key player at some point, yes. Yes. If he changes his personality. Turns around 180 degrees or something. Who is he? David Person? David Person apparently is a youth player of ours. That needs to go out on loan. He doesn't know it just yet, but a low level of determination means he needs to go out on loan because I have no spot in the first team for him. Dear sir, first of all, why do you not train as a box-to-box midfielder? Because that's probably the most likely role for you. Maybe ball-winning midfielder too, looking at the strength. But he's well-rounded, he can try to be a box-to-box. And second of all, would you be willing to go out on loan? I should look into the youth team and their training at some point. No, I will not let the youth manager do this. He's also interesting. And also needs the match practice. Cool. So we've got some players that are not aware of their training positions. Oh, this is general training. Okay, cool. We need to go through this too, though. So, this is Warwick. Yes, this is the right position for him. Looking at his overall skill set, I think he should train corners. Here. Is this great? No, but he will take corners anyway. So, let's do that. He also likes to beat opponents repeatedly, apparently. But he has the dribbling to do this. Maybe he will draw some fouls. Marcus Esserson. This is our ball-winning midfielder coming back for €6 a week. I'm not too concerned with his training. He's a decent ball-winning midfielder. Not sure what he will play going forward. Well, as a ball-winning midfielder, but I'm not sure if it's in defensive midfield or going forward. Depends on how the season goes. This is a no-brainer. He will play box to box all the time this season. I do not think I will need him as a ball-winning midfielder. We got others for that. Goalkeeper. That's fine. Nothing to change here. Decision and positioning could improve a little bit, but Zetterberg will probably improve that on his own. Stolt as a wingback. Sure, continue training like that. In all honesty, I do not think he will make an appearance this season, if I can help it. But maybe I'll give him a chance at some point. He's emergency backup, I think. He will need to settle in or go out. This is a difficult decision for me now, because he might get the odd game. I do not want to retain the 29-year-olds though. Which is weird because the next guy here is somebody we are trying to teach to play Regista at 30 years. So if he's anything like Andrea Pirlo, he can do that for another 10 years. Don't know, we'll see. Central defender with Final Third training, yeah, this is fine. Final Third training probably isn't the greatest problem of his though. He needs some pace. And he needs it fast. So, yeah, maybe some quickness training. Khalili, I thought he would play a lot of games. So, going forward, is probably the way to go about this. Going forward, we'll try to... no, it is very fluid. I'm not sure if I want to do this. We could play something like this. On the other hand, we got a ball-winning midfielder there, so let's keep it like it was. If it doesn't go well, we can experiment with these, right? Because there's a ball-winning midfielder here now, so somebody might go in for the tackle. So let's keep it at wing-back on attack. Wing-back on support duty for this guy is fine. He needs to be better with long throws. For him, the positioning is the greatest deficit, so that's okay. He's back up for Nila Forsell as a box-to-box midfielder and might play there from time to time. Westberg, well, he's back up for goalkeeper for Zetterberg. This is weird, but I hope Zetterberg makes it in the first team. Ytterhogdals is what he is. He's our primary option at this point. Well, maybe in exchange with Bergman from time to time. Muteba is our primary left wing back. If Alp is better than Muteba going forward, I'm okay with it. Then Muteba will need to go and Alp will remain at the club. Doesn't matter. But I don't think so. Wickberg just came back. Wickberg has not been a good central defender so far, playing for us. On the other hand, he's not really lacking in anything. Well, he's lacking in an additional point, so he needs match practice. That's all. Sure, one additional point everywhere is a lot, but I hope that he can improve a little bit. And that's probably the core motive here. Hope. Because decisions and composure, he can improve a little bit, and it's more about the technical stuff and maybe a bit of jumping reach and strength. But he's 23. We got a chance there. This guy should not take corners, I think. Problem is he does. So what do we do with it? Because overall, at this point he doesn't lack much. Anticipation, yes. But the rest of it, it's decent. So we might as well teach him how to take corners. Maybe he can do those. Might also go for free kicks, but I'll see into that later on. Kulafic, I have no idea what to do with him, but to me he's more of a target forward, which is fine. He needs to improve in that. And along the way, given that attribute sample, he probably would profit from well, either some pace, which he doesn't have. That's a weakness of his. But it will not make much of a difference if I train him in pace. This is something that needs to come through match practice and natural development. Will not happen that much though. The other thing that he could do with is a decent first touch and a solid finishing. Or if we want to be creative about it, let's say we give away, we earn a few penalties. I do not want another episode of our striker scores every second penalty. That's not good enough. So let's try to teach him penalty taking. Maybe he can score a few goals once he makes it to the pitch. All Holmström, I don't care about anymore, he will go. Ytterhogdals, that's fine as it is. He could use a bit of pace, but yeah, mental side is more important. Dobrev, forgot what he was training, apparently. At the foreign club, he might have been an inverted winger. At our club, he is an inverted winger, most definitely. But if I look at this is a weird sample of attributes because there is no specific attribute that he needs to train. Sure, vision and passing, but his technique is 12. So if I give him passing training, I don't know. Might as well train him in corners, but it doesn't matter. His technique is good. Really, he needs to improve overall. And I don't think that will happen. Not with us anyway. Skillermo, a last-ditch replacement. This is fine. Oberg. Now it's getting interesting. So he's not a ball-winning midfielder for sure. So we will need to train him as a Mezzala going forward. His stamina is lacking, balance is lacking. If we want to... This sample contains some really great attributes and some really shitty ones. So if we want to deal with this, we gotta deal with the worst first. We cannot train passing because technique and vision are... Technique is acceptable and vision is really good. So if we give him some additional passing training, a lot of the training will be wasted. Same goes for attacking movement, by the way. Off-the-ball movement is not a weakness of his. Anticipation and decisions are. But composure isn't that great, so we might go with decisions composure here. That's probably better. And then there's also the fact that he might be... we might train dribbling and finishing. But there's so much that I will probably go with decisions composure here. Which is weird, because it's not something that he really needs under all circumstances. But as a midfielder, decisions are a key attribute for him. So I feel like this is not the worst choice. Turngren will go, doesn't matter anymore. Swan will go, doesn't matter anymore. I will miss these attributes though. But he never made it... The attributes never quite made it to the pitch. Malte Ekman is fine as he is. We can talk all day about off-the-ball movement versus vision, but in the end of the day it will be one of the two that he needs to train. This guy just came in, he's a wingback, he will be a wingback on attack duty. And if he ever plays, he'll play there. So what's his blatant weakness? Well, decision making is decent, but anticipation and off-the-ball movement are really bad. But marking and positioning are the weak spot here. That's not too bad. He's playing as a wingback on attack duty, probably going forward. Oh, doorbell. AFK for a second. Well, that was one of the postal guys. Again. Not sure if he's got something for me or for somebody else. Doesn't matter much. So I might have to run for the door once more. And I don't know. A minute. Or so. they always ring all the bells for the entire house. So no idea. Yeah, that's a big house here, so doesn't mean that it's for me. Yeah, sure. Here with the lawyer telling me you cannot use the name of Ytterhogdals IK in this bad faith. Seriously, you're a disgrace to the entire club and also to all the football manager community. Don't do that. So, this is a cease and desist letter. Stop streaming. It'll be something like this, yes. Oderlind will leave the club. Might as well train for the time being, but he will leave in 5 minutes. Well, 11 days. And we will get 2.3k for him. So, that's good. Anderson. Now, Anderson is a funny story because all of a sudden he will be club captain. I didn't have that in the back of my head. And also his flair will probably not improve to an acceptable degree. He's 27 after all. So, yeah, also no coach report. Puget. I want to get Puget out on loan. He will not get the playing time he needs. That or we sell Bergman, I don't know. Ostrom as a Metzala. Really? At this point, I don't know. As a Metzala, he's stupid, right? There's one thing I had in the back of my mind. I don't know why I put it this way every time. In my head. A thought I had. So, I thought about it this way. As a Metzala, he needs to run to get the chance. He needs good off-the-ball movement and he needs to be fast enough, right? He doesn't have either. He has stamina and he has work rate and a technique. So, if he doesn't get close enough to the goal, as a Metzala, he needs a good long shot and a good finish. He has neither. He's got decent dribbling though. Decent. Not great, decent. This is obviously nobody up to the standard for this, of the squad. Now, in defensive formation, we use a pressing forward on support duty. Or maybe, it doesn't matter, we can also use one on defend duty. I don't consider him to be a target forward or a pressing forward at all. But my thought process was as follows. He's too slow to be any threat to the opposition. But sometimes he turns up in the right space and he will work. And that's not only down to his work rate and his stamina and the teamwork, so he adheres to tactical instruction. No, that's also down to being a model citizen. So if I put him on the pitch for 90 minutes, he will run 90 minutes. And running in his case means half speed, but some central defenders are really slow and really bad with respect to that. And he will try to do something. So, as it is put here by the media, he's a committed attacking midfielder. So my thought process is what happens if we train him as a pressing forward for the time being. He can have some additional minutes on the pitch. And it's just about match experience anyway. It's not like his training will do much. But if we train him as a pressing forward, he will get the physicals up to a standard that we need. And then we can move on. Even if it's just 8 everywhere. Which is quite a stretch already for this guy. But maybe we can put him on that. And at this point, I don't care about the mentals anymore. Let's give him physical training. In this case, acceleration and pace. So that he can close down the opposition. Sometimes. And this is mostly in situations where the other striker is well tired. So he is our second option. If we still need to score a goal, Kulovic can come on. And if I don't need to score a goal anymore and want to park the bus, maybe Ostrom can come on. And Ostrom has a second opportunity to come on as a central midfielder. So he might make it to the pitch at some point. What about these? So now we can have a look at them. Not bad, not great. Masic. Positioning and marking are somewhat off. It's not... This is not a bad player, right? But I don't think we need him specifically. If one of these is really cheap though, or has great personality. Yeah. But especially at this club, right? And it's not like we can teach him a specific sample of attributes anyway. Sure, he will adhere to his general coaching, but or to the coaching that is applied to him, but it will not be great. We will do overall training anyway, and he needs overall training, so yeah, might as well go with that. This guy really has bad positioning. That said, if we compare him to Viden, for example, let me argue like this. This is probably a reasonable switch, despite a lapse in positioning, right? So, yeah. If he comes in for cheap, I'll go with that. He wants improved training facilities. Fuck this, no. I will not do that. And I will care about my language and being demonetized on YouTube going forward if I ever get monetized there, so that's highly unlikely at this point. What about him? Good physicals. Really bad mentals. Are we willing to cope with that? I don't know. Marking 4 is a bit a problem, isn't it? But look at these physical attributes. And we don't have young guys in central defense, so let's have a look. He wants to be star player and improve training facilities, so no. I will not make the errors of the past once more. Yes, Belindal. Similar problem. Yeah, we already failed previous talks. He was too expensive, I think. And then there's Rupiah Ellis, so he's not a right wingback, that's for sure. With that crossing. The physical attributes are really great, and the rest he can probably deal with at some point. But he will want to be first team player. Important player, and training facilities. And this doesn't only make it marking for that one player, this also makes it 4 players that wanted to be star player in our defense. And none of it. We will have none of them. Because they all want improved training facilities. I've had enough of this. I'm not going there anymore. I don't want it. I just don't want it. Okay, now we got a train. This is our youth prospect for central defense. Welcome to the club, Mr. Hellstrom. You also need another contract going forward. Because he will be out the door immediately if we don't give him another contract. He might even be a regular starter going forward. Because compared to Boltegard Blom, for example, first of all, he's got a better name to pronounce. So I'd rather say Hellstrom than Boltegard Blom all the time. It's hard enough with Muteba. You might have noticed that Ndunge Muteba is usually Muteba on the pitch for me. Because I cannot do that every time. Well, I can. Ndunge Muteba. I'm not sure if that's butchered though. 10 days until the transfer window opens and all of this goes through. We also sign a few English players that all go into the youth squad. We will give them some time on the pitch at some point. And we will try to sign the English goalkeeper once more in a week or two. If at some point he's available for cheap, we will try to sign him. Because it's really hard to find a player that is up to the standard, and I mean, he already speaks basic Swedish at this point because he's been at so many trials with us. Adam Helpström. All of a sudden he's not a C rating anymore. English youth team, yeah. So he comes into the club. He's on a non-contract. Happy to have you, sir. How's your medical report? Below average. Yes, this is fine. I didn't look into this. Hi! Are you by any chance interested in being a future prospect at this point? Sure. That's a decrease in wage requirement. But given that you already have a non-contract... Oh, let me go back to non-contract for a second. 25. Okay. So, given that you already have a non-contract, would you, by any chance, be willing to sign for a contract that is something like this? And this is just me trying to find out if a real contract has less wage requirements. He thinks this is reasonable. Interesting. So maybe if we go with, I don't know, 9 or something. Because this is really no money to speak of anyway. He might also not like the contract extension clause, but I don't care. How about 9 euros per week? He needs a better offer. He wants 25 and he wants a non-contract. I don't care. Okay. Let's go for 15. And maybe get this as part of the contract. So now we're offering 20 effectively. We do not compensate him for the lack of non-contract though, just yet. Getting close to a deal, yeah. Okay. We're getting somewhere. So, do we want to pay him 20 at this point? Sure, right? Doesn't matter to us. We can pay him 20. And maybe go with the 15 here. That's a bit much. Yeah, that's a bit much. Oh. This is weird, okay. So, if we increase the appearance fee, yeah, that's enough. Dear sir, this is the best we can offer. He's pleased that we almost made a deal. Fine. So, let's go with the 15. Let's give him that offer once more. And if he accepts, we're happy. If we can deal with this. This is okay. Or maybe... No, this doesn't matter at this point. So if it doesn't matter anyway, we might try something like this, but because I'm willing to pay for a clean sheet, right? This is fine. So let's use something like this and the relegation wage drop, and then please sir, would you accept this? Fantastic. All of a sudden he has a not well paid contract if he accepts it going forward, and he made it into the club on a non-contract for, I don't know, a week. Nobody wants David Person. Well, in that case, Let's take him from the loan list and hope he trains well. We need a goalkeeping coach. He is a goalkeeper and a goalkeeping coach. This is very good. Yes. Sure, staff role only. No. That was fast. Henrik Andersen. That's rather decent mental coaching. What's that used for? Possession training. Technical at this point, probably. Is it bad? No. We might play possession-based football. 230 I'm not willing to pay. Thank you very much. Director of football. Do we really have to employ a director of football? Especially one like this, that doesn't bring any scouting knowledge to the table. Well, he's on an amateur contract so far. I don't think we need a director of football. Sorry. Subovic. If he would bring some scouting knowledge, maybe. Okay. Westerlind is the better head of youth development, but he's got bad personality. Well, average. John Omar. Don't want him either. Niels Axelsen. Nurhagen. Ytterhogdals. I don't think we need any of these. Hellström will be unveiled. Well, let's be positive about this. And to be fair, the last director of football was signed as a goalkeeping coach. We did not once use him as a director of football. He coached the goalkeeping though, well, so in that sense, he was a good signing for 20 euros a week. He was really shitty as both, but it didn't matter for that money. I'm very happy to have him. It's always weird to me that you can answer that you have a great friendship with a player even if you don't. So, did we improve central defense now? Maybe. I mean, we weakened the team overall, but central defenders look a bit better. Tiny bit. Not much, but a bit. But we didn't pay big money for it. Oh, right. He comes in too. On 6 euros per week. Ha! Great. Please tell me not another press conference. Yes, Ostrom can say hello to him, sure. That's wonderful. That's the guy that, according to the personality calculator we used previously, well, I did. That's the guy that should do really well. He should have professionalism between 11 and 17. And overall, he might develop into a box-to-box midfielder beast. So he's in the U19 right now. If we ever need somebody, we got somebody there. That's good. Does he need playing time? Well, maybe away from the club. But we will see going forward if he remains at the club or goes out on loan. Also depends a bit on his suitability for mentoring groups or something. Julius Groning. Well, at this point, I don't think we need him anymore, right? Yeah. So, whilst, well, okay. It's not that he's really bad. But those ones are still concerning and I don't like it. I don't want a player that is that specialized in my squad. Oh man, still 2nd of January. Come on. Get over with the snowing. Any recommendations for training going forward throughout the preseason? Probably some match practice, right? We need that. We do not play friendlies, so we might try to introduce some sharpness. What do we have here? Oh yeah, team cohesion dropped a lot. Well, how did that happen? So again with the teamwork maybe. If we can do it like this, we play match practice, do a lot of team cohesion in preseason, and hope that dynamics improve. So team cohesion is either sitting around and doing I don't know, social stuff. I think that's the green one. I forgot the name. Oh no, I don't want to attend this meeting. Okay, cause it's you. Cool. I looked into all of this previously. Go away. There are no recommendations, no other recommended players. Thank you for this meeting, this was wonderful. Thank you very much for your effort and your time. Okay. Overall athletics, yeah, I agree with that. Let's look into this, by the way, because a lot of our guys are not up to the standard athletics wise. So that implies physical training, right? Problem is our coaches are really bad at that, and as long as the preseason goes, it doesn't matter, because we can train a lot of stuff. If they don't have any spare experience, nothing will happen. And they will not have any, because they don't play matches. It's really stupid, but that's the way it is. I at least that's the way I figure it is. I might be wrong about this. So anyway, sure, physical training, I agree with that. Might introduce some of that, but there's some things that we can train, even if they do not have free match experience. And this is down to the system of Football Manager, I think. If you include training for team cohesion or for tactical familiarity, this doesn't require experience to go up. I'm not sure with positional awareness, not in terms of positioning, but in terms of the spot on the pitch, the player position. This might require experience too. Or a match experience for that matter. I'm not sure how it works. I think this requires experience. But tactical familiarity doesn't. Tactical familiarity can be at 100% if we teach it just right. And I'm willing to do that. So we need... This will come with match practice though. Match practice should take care of this. For a preseason of this extent, match practice should do. The only sad part is that we can only assign 2 sessions of match practice. And team cohesion, I think, team dynamics, it's called team dynamics, the training, I think. Team cohesion, I think, can improve despite not having match experience due to training. So this is something that we can do too. Now, I cannot do 6 sessions of team cohesion, so... Actually, let's define a schedule here. Do we have a schedule for this? Close. Okay, so we will not do that one. We will not use that one, but okay. This looks fine overall. We might go with physical training here, because you wanted this to be physical training. This is stupid to me. This can be overall. Now it's too hard of a load. Yes, I am aware. Okay. What can we do here? Well, we need some team bonding at some point. It's called team bonding. Anyway, this should increase team cohesion. And, the attribute I don't care much about. Sure, teamwork would be fine, but I don't think it will happen. I'm not willing to negotiate the match practice here. And we will go with teamwork too. Because it increases team cohesion greatly. That's all we need of it. This is our preparation on a physical and attribute side. And this was down to the fact that I do not expect these to improve, even if we go 6 times physical. It will not improve the physicals. There's no match experience to be distributed. So let's call this preseason. And toss it in everywhere. Great. Can we... Yes, I realized that this is stupid. Also, I misclicked. Okay. I just wanted it to be down here in the menu. Really. Where's the first match? There's the first matches. So here we miss out on a session due to the friendly against Sandvikens. But at least against Sandvikens we will get 500 euros. It's for us it's a home game though. So we might earn some money, or at least it will be a black zero. And here's the first match. So at this point I'm not sure if this is a good idea. I'll hammer it in anyway. And afterwards, well, there comes the rough patches. This is not what I will do going into these games, but I want the 2 sessions in here. Okay, not sure what's going on here. Only 8 games? Well, 9 games. 2 games a week. Fine. Okay. Football Manager went into a crawl at this point. I see another lurker arrived. A lurker that wants us to go for promotion, I guess, and sign somebody with finishing 15. Do we have? I don't think we have, right? Not sure. Let's have a look. Who's the best finisher of our squad? No, that's not it. Here it is. I think that means that the best finisher of our squad is on the right wing. Because it's either August Tillander or Harry Warwick, and this is both a right winger. So, I knew I would get a message out of you. Welcome to the stream, by the way. You will be my nemesis going forward. Just because you don't like how I deal with Football Manager. I'll send you a sign at some point to hang in the window or something. No use for my soul. Chris is a bad Football Manager player. He doesn't adhere to my instructions. He plays it like he wants it. What's wrong with him? Seriously though, Split Biff, do you remember whose idea was it to use Malte Ekman as a register? Was it yours or Soluza's or someone else's? I really, with all the nicks, it's kind of confusing, especially as some of you are really, I don't know, have been around a lot, and then it's been a bit sparse, and yeah, it's a bit all cluttered up in my head. But employing Malte Ekman as a register was a really good decision, I think. We got some decent passing out of him so far. and I think that might improve going forward. We talked about it, yeah. So I might have that in my head, just right that it was your recommendation, because we retrained him after that. He was absolutely incapable of playing defensive midfield when we had that discussion, I think, or we tried to teach him deep playing playmaker or something like this. So okay, split diff. There are good things to say though. We signed this guy as a central defender. That's a bit better than what we had, and he's really cheap. Also, he's 19. So given that we are bleeding quality, he might make it into the first team at some point. And sooner rather than later, probably. For the moment, he's in the U19, but he will come up. All the trials here are coming to an end because I'm not willing to pay any of those. And, we made the club, I don't want to lie, 40k, I think. So, now that we made the club a profit of... Hey, don't be insulting. Where is he? That's not fair. Compared to our central defenders, he's not slow, he's average. Which says more about our central defenders than about him. Now, seriously though, he's 19. I think he can improve on that. And he forgot his training. Great. Football Manager, thank you very much. New contract, gotta do the training once more. Yeah, his marking and heading are bad. I agree with that. But I think as a 19-year-old, he's got places to go. And if he doesn't, well, he can always go on the transfer market, right? It's not like we pay him very well. Yeah, but we earned approximately 40k in euros, that is, going forward. So now we only need to find a Warhammer somewhere buried under the pitch, and we can adhere to that number. But, well, if we make another profit like this next year, it looks good for training facilities going forward. At some point. I looked it up in the internet, and there's somewhere, I think it wasn't even on Reddit, in some obscure Football Manager forum that is probably well known to all of you. I found that the first improvement of training facilities is about 160k. So, yeah, good luck improving the poor training facilities with the farmers' funds. I don't think that'll work on its own. So, we need to sell players. And they were unhappy anyway, so... Also, 2.5 there, 2.5 there. Over time it works. What's this? What happened here? We couldn't agree on terms. That's it. Get out. Damn, he's slow. Yeah. Also, there's a few English youth players coming in, and none of them will have finishing 15, but we'll try to teach them. Some of them anyway. The following season we will probably score, I don't know, 10 goals and concede 20. That will hold us in the league. Maybe we'll score a few more, who knows? We will try to make it work. We've got a decent long shot at the club though. So long shot's 13 is probably something that is acceptable. He doesn't have anything else though. And he's an old one. Well known to long-term followers of this stream. But overall, I really try to invest in defense. Seriously. That's my honest opinion. I tried to invest in defense a little bit, because that wasn't our strong suit. He's competent right now, yes, I am aware. Thank you very much. There's some trials finishing, doesn't matter. There's one unhappy player, he will go out the door in 3 days. How does finance looking? Yeah, how does finance look? 43. Okay. We will do something really stupid now. Sir, would you please be willing to improve the training facilities? Thank you very much. I know this is 160k, but we can pay the debt. Going forward. I promise. I promise. We can do it. I don't know, maybe they are willing to go for it once we got 80k in the bank or something. Might happen. Or, I don't know, somebody needs to be resold and a sudden influx of cash needs to appear. But we've got so many clauses, sell-on clauses, that we missed out on. At some point, one of the players will make it. We have better players that got sold recently. So one of them might get resold. And if one of them is worth, I don't know, 100k, all of a sudden there's an influx of cash. Come on. Do it. Process. I should open the Patreon for the CPU replacement at this point. What's the website for that the poor Americans use for, I don't know, their medical bills? GoFundMe? Is it GoFundMe? I should open the GoFundMe. And it's an extreme situation to be stuck with that CPU. But at this point I would need to buy a new motherboard too, so yeah. Well, I'll do that at some point. I'll do it. Well, 2 days to go until all the transfers go through. I really want to see this through, this stream. Also, there's the beginning of the preseason, which will not be exciting, because there's another 8 weeks of preseason without any friendly coming for us. But we might arrange the last few friendlies, I think. We might do that. Come on. The present financial situation is great. You just need to, I don't know, take a loan for 100k. It's not that much. They call this life cycle investing. Do it now. In case you're not aware, well, I don't want to put you down that rabbit hole, but yeah, life cycle investing is controversial. Let's put it that way. Oh, I need water. If this is your serious opinion, to be more prepared than that, don't you worry. It might be longer than 8 weeks, I think. It might be 3 months. Well, I think it's even longer. Let me have a look. This is all the training in closed doors. He well, he got around to be a better coach. This is wonderful. Now he only needs to bring it to the club. Sure. Goalkeeping coaching, by the way, this is fine, right? Doesn't matter to us. I mean, René Lindheim, our head physio, is a wonderful goalkeeping coach. I'm sure he will do. Cool. Where's the new ones? It's even longer, yes. Give me a second. Let's have a look. 1, 2. That's 1st of February. 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 1st of March. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 5th of April. Well, I don't know if you count this in preseason. So 11 to 12 weeks. Yes. Approximately 3 months of preseason. And no, I have no say in this. I cannot give him another month of, I don't know, rest. Laying in the snow or something. It's wonderful. No match experience for 3 months. Declining attributes everywhere. The only thing that's relevant is sitting around a fire together and improving in team cohesion, I guess. Yeah. Also, I wanted to arrange additional friendlies in case that's needed. Not that many, but we can arrange one here. Hasselholm and Zonslanda. What about... Is that all there is to it? Do we not have additional clauses? Oh, the clauses need to go through first. The transfers are not through yet, so the clauses are not integrated probably, because we should have a clause with Växjö, with Trollhättan, and with Uddinge, right? Who's Anderson? Why does he join Växjö? But we can play against Karlssons and Trollhättan and Huddinge probably at this point. Seriously though, they don't. For preseason training with this club, they don't. If you play for an English club, this might be appropriate, but most of the video material about preseason training that I had a look into up to this point it's really crap for this situation. It doesn't apply. Apparently we get news for some club that signed 8 players. Doesn't matter to me. We have 4 signings though. Well, one of these was ours, right? This guy. He was ours. He might play with them now, and will we have him on the short list? I don't know. Jofilla, where is this? This is Sweden. Okay. So no. I will look into him later on. 4 new signings confirmed. None of these are good though. So Ghislain Ngono, he's good, yes. He's a future prospect. He is within the U19 at this point, and if we need him, he might come up. We've got enough players up there. He's really good on physicals though. So yeah, we might need him immediately. And Moreira da Silva and the other guy might go out the door. Let's get him to the senior squad immediately. Who cares? Ty Coakley, definitely not one for the first team at this point. He's a passer, apparently. And with these physicals, he will not be a striker, he will not be a midfielder. Well, he will be a midfielder. But I will try to press him into register at this point. Because there's not much else he can do. He's got the vision though. So, yeah, maybe let's try this. And we will have some mental coaching for him here. That's Coakley. Anton Ishak. Yes, it would be, really, but I can't. Well, I can use the editor probably, but I don't want to do that. This I don't know, this feels like it's part of it. So, Splitbiff, please don't bite your nails just yet, but I signed a striker with finishing 5. He was cheap though. So, you might argue that this is value. Please don't leave me. I love you. No, seriously though, we signed him to lay off balls for the others. He needs to improve, but physicals wise, overall this is decent. He's faster than the previous one, so he's got that going for him. And overall, this is it's not well rounded, but there is some possibility that he will improve. Also, we need to give him individual training, and with this penalty taking and this finishing, he probably, I don't know, what does he need to learn? He's got finishing probably. No, but seriously though, I think it's of no use to teach him to finish at this point. If he makes it to 20 goals, will you apologize? I don't think he will. But if he makes it to 20 goals, will you? Because he will not score 40. That's your benchmark. I'm quite aware of that. But I'll give you his address. So, yeah, we'll see. No, but my thought process was, no, okay, well, okay. Sad to hear that. I'll try to make the best of it though. This is where we play possession football and every single pass goes towards Ishak just because we want him to score 30 goals. He will not do that next season and also not the one after. Yeah, my thought process here is maybe some dribbling and some technique and first touch will improve his running with the ball. And in this kind of situation, maybe we should go for rounding the keeper for him at some point. Also, as a pressing forward, he's employable, so yeah, he might win some balls. That's in comparison to Isaac Holmström, who didn't contribute much as a target man. He might work a bit harder. Luke Collins won for the U19. He's an English player though, and with that sample, he might make it to box for the first team at some point. I'm not sure of that, but probably the players in England have better potential overall. Not sure. Strength is concerning though. That positioning is really crap, but whatever. For him, let's go with attacking movement. Or maybe, nah. Final third training. Decisions and composure are important. 14 players join Vaxhö. One of them is ours. Christopher Anderson, apparently. Yeah, so he wasn't sold. 3 players joined Trollhättan. Amongst these, Simon Turngren, who didn't want to remain at the club. And we earned 14k on him. Al Holmström goes out the door. Jones Karlsson, which, well, really, that's not a good deal overall, but they pay him 850 now. We weren't able to compete, and also he was unsettled. And where is he? This is Bergwall, doesn't matter much to us, he was a youth player. And here's Oliver Swan. I'm also angry that we needed to sell him, especially look at that wage. A few of the clubs didn't want to sign him because his wage requirements were too high. He's now on 15 per week. 15. He earns less than with us. He just wanted to go. Now, there's one thing I want to know. Do Huddinge have better training facilities than we do? Of course they don't. Of course not. Also a smaller stadium. So I say this from the bottom of my heart. Fuck you, Oliver Swan, seriously. No, I don't want to go there. They want to sign Puget. He wants to go for loans too. He wouldn't have that much playing time. I will reject this for 170 euros. This is bullshit. That said, so we don't need this guy just yet, but I'm willing to do something. There's no guarantee that he develops into anything, so maybe they're willing to splash the cash on him. And we will find other players that are good business. I'm not gonna transfer list him. I'm gonna offer him to clubs. If they want to buy him, maybe they want to buy him for really expensive. I don't think they will. Yes, I'm also really unhappy that he left. We needed the money. That's the reality of it. Okay. Well, Oliver Swan, thank you for your service. Also, sorry for swearing earlier, but I really expected more of him. That's just what it is. I expected more. I will not promise an improvement in training facilities going forward. Well, I will only do it if we have the money, and we don't. Who's this? Samuel Svensson. It's not a bad one, but he's lacking in some aspects of the game. Oh no. What happened here? 37... We didn't set up anything. What has the scout been doing? Where is he? Where's scouting costs? I don't know where this comes from. Now we have 37 recommendations all of a sudden. He didn't do the trips though, so this is fine. Okay, let's deal with this. I'm not interested in this guy. He's not good. He's lacking in some aspects of the game, especially on the physical side. Yes, I know he's fast, but I don't want him. This could turn into a decent playmaker at some point. But on the technical side there's some deficits, especially dribbling. I'm not too fond of that. Personality doesn't look great. He's cheap though. He's really cheap. So for this kind of money I cannot decline. Never mind. Go away. Ludwig Bergström Sunderlin. We have enough players to play in both of these positions. He's not a good striker. Not by any stretch. No. Max Sverd. Oh, those might be the ones from the trialists games. Not trialists. What's the name? You know, the ones that got kicked out of their clubs and want to find a new club. So what's with him? He's a really bad finisher. Ironically, I go for I appreciate some finishing in these positions here. So no, I don't think so. We've got enough players of this kind. Also, personality is balanced. Fairly sporting, whatever. No. We had a look at him earlier, I think. He's pacey. And I don't like the ones. That's the problem. I really just don't like the ones. The rest of it is somewhat fine. He can also develop his personality a little bit. Yeah. Counts as Swedish, probably. I don't know if he's homegrown at this point. Wants to be important player, training facilities. No, no, no. Go away. Jacob Rowland. We don't need a keeper, especially not on this level. Told scored. That's a decently rounded sample with the exception of decisions and composure. He's not great, but for a 21-year-old and with that trait, I'd be willing to offer some money. Some is not much though. Had a horrible last season. As a youngster, maybe, in the youth team. As I said, as a youngster, maybe, in the youth team. Where is it? There. There you go. Have fun with that. Welcome to the club. Can be so easy. Andre Esper. Fullback on the left side. Overall, this looks decent. He's 21. This is a good investment in the future. But on the left wing, we already have two players. Well, we signed Alp. And Muteba and Alp are not up to the same standard, I think. Where's Muteba? No, definitely not. But it's not as far off as I would have thought. Overall, he's a bit better, yes, but mostly on the mental side. He's 21. Muteba is 23. So he will develop into something better. That's true. How much would we need to pay him? There's a lot of people looking for him. 50 to 75. Improvement in training facilities, and there you go. I'm not interested anymore. Oscar Roberto. No. I would not know what to do with him. He's not a Metzala. I might as well play Ostrom at this point. So no wonder he's extremely interested. Him, strength 4 for a central defender is non-negotiable. That's not bad for an inverted winger, but so in case you're wondering, I would I would prefer for him to have better long shots and finishing. No, seriously, the technicals are lacking overall. Free kick taking is decent though. For a 19-year-old, the trait is not bad either. So this is for more of an attacking role. I don't know. He could probably be taught into it if he had a lot of match experience. I don't think it's a bad signing overall, but it depends on the money. He will not develop into something great, but he might develop into something useful. And same here. Cheap contract? Sure. Sure. Of course I will offer you for €6 a week. And you can go to the youth team and maybe we will get you out on loan. Because that's the way we make deals. So if he develops into nothing, we might as well sell him for 2.5k. We did with the last guy, right? So if this is one of these players, sure, fine. Let's do this. That's all we can offer him. And he's happy with that. He feels overpaid now. Great. That's the second of these. Maybe we can poach a few more. He looks decent. Overall. As a wingback on attack duty, he doesn't have that many weaknesses. Physical side could be a bit better. We've got one in the youth that's got better physicals. That said, the rest of it is good. This is well, dribbling is so, and the flair could improve, but overall this is good. Thing is, how much better is he than what we have at the club? And I'm not comparing to Da Silva and Khalili. I'm probably comparing to the young guy. So he is a bit better, but in this position we got so many choices right now, and he will be expensive. Also, he wants to be star player and improve training facilities, so just for shits and giggles I'm gonna accept that. And actually that's not too expensive, but I don't want to go there. No. I think we have enough players for this position. If this turns out to be the weak spot going forward, you can blame me. Yeah, definitely. This one. Too many ones. I had a look into Adolfsson previously, and I don't like it. That doesn't scream I will develop. This is just not good enough. Johansson. He's got a weird trait. He stays back at all times, but on the other hand he moves the ball to the right before dribbling. He shouldn't dribble. Now, as a ball-playing defender, maybe he actually has the attributes for this, to a degree. But he would want to sign for the first team, I guess. Yes, very much. Yeah, he wants to be a star player, improvement in training facilities. Bye. Alex Rashid. Alex Rashid. No. So this is one of those strikers where Splitwith and I are probably of the same opinion. He will not do under any circumstance. That finishing is not up to the standard, and neither is the strength in the jumping reach and the heading. He will not score from any way. So no. Mirka Victorson. Temperamental, great. Wonderful personality already. Especially for a more defensive-minded player, which he obviously is. He's I think he's a defensive midfielder or ball-winning midfielder. These mentals are great though. Bravery 18 is really good. I don't care about the corner taking at this point. Looks like he could make it in the youth team, but pace and agility are concerning. The strength is not good enough. This guy needs steroids. But he can have them at another club. Doesn't matter to us. Yes, this is what I expected. So this is a bad apple for our youth team. I'm not too happy about it, but I think he can develop into something. And we can just loan him out. So, goodbye. Kevin Franson. Too expensive. I think we talked to him earlier. Also, there's a few sixes in here. I can have a youth player with that. Albion Abbas. He's got a weird trait. Runs with ball down right as a poacher. That's not a good one to have here. Can probably unlearn it. The anticipation for a poacher even is not that great. And within our formation, well, we would play him as something like this, probably. Doesn't fit. I realized that a single poacher is all we need. So, to be fair, let's entertain one idea here, just for a second. Not with this guy, but with anyone. Employing him as a... He's got the speed. So putting him on the pitch, on the left side of the field, with that finishing, that's not too bad of a choice, maybe. But still the trade doesn't fit. I don't want the complete package, but I don't know. There's probably better suited players for this. But I'm not opposed to retraining a striker to be, well, a striker in midfield position. But we tried that once and it didn't work, and it's not like it can't work at all, but not with this guy. He's left-footed, doesn't matter much as a central midfielder. that's well rounded, but we don't need another one. And he's already 21. I realized that we have some real trash in central midfield right now, but if he comes in really cheap and goes out for loan, maybe. He's willing to go with that. Okay. Okay. Another 21-year-old. So that's a €6 army. I mean, the wage is better suited to be placed. That's the wrong one. The wages are better suited to be placed here than with our own usual youth players, because this guy will have resale value, hopefully, same as the others. Banks on, left-footed, great acceleration and pace. He will not play for the club though. So for yeah, same here, resale value. He's also susceptible to injury. It's funny that they have this low of contract demands. So this is what I spend the money for. We gotta be lucky with one of them, right? Omega. This I think will not do. He's got decent tackling. It's not so much about the personality, even though this is a negative, but I don't think we can turn him into a reasonable fullback. That's lacking on too many areas, to me. Spangberg was more of a playmaker type. This is fine. 21 already, but he's got decent stats. He will want to be an important player if we try to sign him. Exactly, there you go. Eric Herre. He also runs with ball down right, and I have no idea what to do with him. It's 24. No. Philip Kinander. It's really weird. So this is a playmaker type, right? Really great vision and wonderful teamwork, but he's unambitious. I don't know what to do with him. No. And I don't want to retrain somebody in position and personality. At some point it's enough. Emil Özcan. I think I had a look into him earlier. So I'd rather have somebody who's a bit more stronger in midfield. Overall, we got too many technical players and not enough, beasts. We need runners and people capable of a decent tackle. I'm not sure if this is the guy for this. Also, much too expensive. Anderson. This doesn't look like much. He's not good enough. No, no, he's not good enough. I'm not even willing to go with her. Or am I? No, but at 20 I don't want to sign him for the U19. So Darlin, we had a look into him earlier. Don't want to sign him. Hollander. That's not strictly bad, right? If I had nobody, I would probably sign him, yes. But we've got enough people on that wing, so definitely not. Christopher Gunnarsson. Yes, a forward with finishing 4. Okay, so it's not so much about the finishing for me, but about the overall setup. So what does this mean here? He's a deep lying forward, but as a deep lying forward he misses the strength. As a pressing forward, well, strength and stamina doesn't work. Advanced forward, he misses the finishing. I have no idea what to do with this guy. Is he more of a playmaker? Sure, that works, but not for us. Now, this doesn't mean that we cannot sign him and loan him out. €6 per week we can afford for him. But he will not play for us. Yeah, exactly. We can give him an artisan contract and hope that somebody comes in and loans him. But he will not play for us. Or if he does, then it's within an entirely different system. He's got the balance though. So this is completely weird to him, but he might be retrained to be Register. He only misses the long shots for that role. So that might be it. Not a popular choice probably though. But sure, we can retrain him as a Register too. Why not? At least he's got the attributes for it. So then he might make an appearance for us. I don't want to sign another fullback now. Pellerin. That's not bad, but we got people, maybe not on that level, but we got people that can play ball in midfielder. And I do not want to sign him on a priority, especially not for that wage. Where does he come from? He's an interesting one. I gotta go for a bathroom break for a second. But he's an interesting one to me. Due to the finishing. But the problem is we got enough players out there. So we might have to wait and see. So give me just a minute or two. I'll be back. Alright. Back in business, at least for a few more minutes. So, why am I interested in this guy? Because I think he can score 10 goals, even in his current position. This means business. And also, with that personality, this is a diamond in the rough. He will not play for more than one season for us, though. And we've got 2 decent players for that position. So this means we will need to sell somebody, or loan him out, or I don't know. Or if we sign this guy because I want him to play. He comes from a really crap division though. That's below us. This is below us. Yeah. He would want to be star player. We would need to improve training facilities and the coaching team and so on and so forth. So this will not happen. Remember when I said I will not promise anything that I cannot keep anymore? Looks like I will do it again. For business reasons. Or maybe not. So the problem is I think he's a good player, but I do not want to pay that much. And we might be lucky and he reduces his requirements. But the thing is, we already have 3 players in that position. How's his injury suspiciability? There's nothing about it. I don't know what to do here. This probably means we pay him like 110. This is really much for our squad. This blows up the entire wage structure. The thing is, I expect him to score 15 goals and assists. Yes, he can do that. But I'll walk away from this right now. I'm really sorry about this. There's a lot of clubs interested in him. He will find another one though. Yeah. If I had the money. I hate myself for doing this, but okay. It is as it is. This one, Iverson. Elias Iverson. It's not bad. But he would want to be an important player, probably. Yeah. And again, the stuff with the training facilities. For some reason, it's easier for me with these players. The other one, a professional player with that skill set. I would have liked to keep. Korea, no. No. Then there's Felix Rodin. I do not think so. Alright, that's scouting. For some reason we got through a lot of reports. I don't know who created them. But now we're on to signing some youth prospects for the level we are capable of doing. Also, we tried to sign to sell Puget, right? So if the other guy, I forgot his name, doesn't have a new club at some point, maybe we'll go for it. So nobody wants to go for a deal right now. Well, they offered really inferior, a really inferior fee. Tolsgård, that was one of the cheap ones. We might not get him. We need a new captain. All right. I think this is a no-brainer at this point. So, well, actually, it is not a no-brainer. But considering the leadership of 20, nothing else would go down well with the squad. So I will not do that. And in goal, I expect Sederberg to play. I really do. So we might put Sederberg as a vice captain. I don't think Forsell will be annoyed by that too much. It's basically the decision between Westberg and Sederberg doesn't have the blatant weakness in aerial reach. Warwick would be able to do this too, but Warwick will not be first team. Sederberg might not be either, but I think that works. Hellberg is generally speaking a decent option with his teamwork and leadership, but he's not good enough. If he makes it to the first team for some weird reason, Hellberg might be vice captain going forward. But at this point, Sederberg is fine. I don't know if this goes down well with the rest of the squad though, because those are 2 emergency backups that are now captain and vice captain. And, well, playing time might look a bit different going forward. We may play the captain from time to time. Same with the vice captain, even if the skill set isn't up to the standard we expect. As long as their performances don't drop into nothingness, I can deal with them being somewhat influential. That's actually something I forgot, so maybe it would have been better to go with, for example, Hellberg. First of all, he's in the middle of the pitch. No, Hellström it is, not Hellberg. Yeah, that might come. It might come. Sani apparently is with Barcelona in the save. And Matheus Cunha was with Atletico. The poor sods. Still with Cunha. What about him? Oh, somebody else making an approach for him. Sure. So this is all U19 signings now. We might make it to sign some of them. And most of them will be really annoyed to be pushed out of the door immediately for loan. But if we can make some money on them, that's fine. And if we can't, well, let them rot in the U19. There's other players there that cost the same amount, that are way worse. There's a slight improvement here for some reason though. Not sure why. Probably because the unhappy players left. Where is it? Yes, I know, time's running out. Oh, there's another 2 with the... Why? And Luke Collins. Herefore pay part of the wages. Okay. So maybe one of them will actually witness an improvement in training facilities at some point. But not just yet. Where's the clauses? Transfers clauses. Yeah. That will hopefully happen going forward. There's some really juicy 50% clauses here. between 0 and 60k. Okay. Well, he plays for Trollheaden, so he has a chance. And this, the transfer value is between 12 and 40k apparently. But he's on a 15 euro per week wage. If he wouldn't hate me... Well, he doesn't. Still likes me, for some reason. Bergman is now a natural performer in his position. Well, you don't say. He would like not to be offered to other clubs. He's got a good sense of loyalty, that's the problem here. Probably no ambition and you know, the other stuff. Ishak's in the club now. Where's Kulovic? He's already on the bench, okay. And in midfield, got enough right defenders at this point. But Anderson might play here, at least for a game or two. Let's see what he can do, despite not being able to play this position well. There's a funny part. He's so it's not funny to others, but to me, so this attribute sample is bad. Doesn't work well. He might get overrun, he might get whatever. But he's a perfectionist. He's a fairly consistent performer, and he enjoys big matches. We can pressure him all we want. And also, he's really naturally fit. He's had 20 points of natural fitness. So whatever happens, hopefully he will not get injured. Well, he's got above average injury suspiciability, so there's that. But he never got injured until this day, for some reason. Probably due to his natural fitness. He will be fit for every match, most likely. And we will not play him every match, but he might make the odd appearance. And I expect him to perform well in these matches. Despite his flaws, attribute-wise. So, together with the ambition and professionalism, maybe there's something in him. Because the last few seasons he didn't put it on the pitch, but I trust in the personality, really. Okay, so I was thinking maybe to go for a friendly today too, but I think after 8 hours, this is probably a good time to wrap up the stream, and do the same tomorrow. Yeah, it's not like I'm not having fun. I like doing this, but girlfriend's gonna be home soon, and well, you know how it is. Might want to do some stuff in the apartment in the remaining 10 minutes, and yeah. I'd really love to spend some time with her too, this evening, because yesterday I sat on the computer for quite some time. So thanks for sticking around until now, and I'll try to do the same tomorrow, 9:30, as always. Have a nice evening, and I hope we see each other soon tomorrow. Well, there's nothing to thank. Thank you for watching, seriously. And thanks for chatting and all the good company. This is great. Same to you, sir. Same to you. Have a nice evening, and we will see each other tomorrow morning, probably, right? Have a good one, and take care of yourself. Until tomorrow. Bye.